In this video, you're going to learn how to build single-page applications with Laravel 11 and React by building this awesome project management website. In my opinion, this is the perfect project if you want to learn how to take these two technologies, Laravel 11 and React, and build something awesome. This is going to be also a perfect project to put in your portfolio. This tutorial also uses Inertia. By the end of this course, you will have solid understanding of what is Inertia and how you can use it in your projects. On the Laravel side, you're going to learn how to set up the project, how to write modules, migrations, controllers, resource controllers, requests, factories, seeders, all that kind of things. On the React side, you're going to learn how to retrieve the data from Laravel or how to submit data, including files from React application into Laravel, how to implement pagination, how to implement sorting in the table, how to implement filtering, and so on. Hello everyone, my name is Zura and I'm the Codeholic. On this channel, I share my 12+ years of experience working as a professional software developer. I mostly build projects around Laravel and PHP. If this is something that interests you, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Now, let's have a look at the demo of the project and then we can immediately start building that. When we register, we need to verify our email address to be able to use the system. If you are already authenticated, we can log in and we will be redirected to the dashboard. The dashboard has overall information of our pending tasks, in progress tasks, completed tasks, and has also my active tasks. Each cards in the top section display two numbers, the number of tasks assigned to me and the total number of tasks. My active tasks display the latest modified, pending, and in progress 10 tasks. From the dashboard, we have possibility to go to project details page by just clicking on the project name in this table, or go to task details page by just clicking on this task name in this table. Let's go first into all projects page. So this displays all projects, all available projects, and we have possibility to filter projects by name or sort projects by specific status, like pending or in progress. We also have possibility to sort projects by status, by name, by ID, create date, and due date. We also have pagination, which preserves the scroll position while we are navigating between different pages. Okay, let's filter them by pending, and I'm going to also provide some search keyword to filter all the projects. We have possibility to delete the project by just clicking right here. It will ask the confirmation. If we approve this, the project will be deleted. We can edit the project and change the image, change the project name, its description, the project deadline, and the project status. By clicking on the project name, it's going to open project details page where we have more detailed information of the project, like the image, ID, name, status, and every other information. And if we scroll down below, we have the tasks associated to that project. And here we also have possibility to filter tasks by task name or status. And we have done this filtering in a more generic way so that you can easily add filtering possibility by other fields. We have also a possibility to sort by name or ID or status by other fields. We also have possibility to sort them by ID, name, status, create date, due date, or you can add other fields if you want. We also have pagination right here, which preserves the scroll position. We also have global tasks page at the top, which displays all the available tasks. And as you see, we have much more pages right here. And this global tasks page also displays the project name, to which project the task belongs to. And we also have possibility to edit specific tasks, change its image, or update its project, or update any information regarding to that specific task. Hit on submit, changes assigned user ID as well. And we also have possibility to delete the tasks, obviously. And we have this user section, which gives us possibility to add more users into the system. When adding new user, we have to provide the username, email, password, and confirm that password, and the new user will be added. And we also have this My Tasks section, which displays all the tasks that is assigned to me, so that I can easily have a look what are my tasks and filter them by pending or by in progress value, and just whenever I complete the task, I can go into edit section and I can change its status into completed, hit the submit button, and the task will be marked as completed. And every user has possibility to go to its profile page and update his personal information, update details, or completely delete his account. Building such types of projects require a lot of time and energy, especially for me, who is a father of 3 kids, as well as I'm working full-time. So I generally sacrifice my weekend to record such types of projects. So your appreciation from your end will be just to hit the subscribe button, because there are 70% of the viewers who are not even subscribed on the channel, and that actually hurts my motivation to keep creating such type of content, honestly. So the single best thing what you can do right now is just to hit the subscribe button. Now let's jump into the project. Before we start working on the project, we're going to set up the working environment. So here I have all the programs which you might need to set up the working environment, and follow with me. Whenever I don't develop my PHP projects with Docker, I generally develop with XAMPP. So this is what I'm going to do right now. I recommend to download and set up XAMPP for Windows or for Linux or for your operating system. If you already have PHP working environment set up locally, then you don't need to download this. But XAMPP is an awesome package. It contains PHP, MariaDB, which is the equivalent open source equivalent for MySQL, and web server Apache. Okay. We're going to also need a Composer, which is the package manager for PHP. You're going to need this as well. We're going to also need Node.js. Laravel is using asset building tools, Vite, and the Vite, in order us to be able to execute Vite commands, we will need Node.js. So this particular project I'm going to develop on VS Code. Sometimes I use VS Code, sometimes I use PHP Storm. In general, PHP Storm is much more intelligent, but I understand that it is not free. So in this tutorial, I'm trying to stick with my video viewers as close as possible. So I'm going to develop this on VS Code, and you're going to see everything what I'm going to do. Okay. I also recommend to download Git and have git bash command, because I'm not going to use CMD or PowerShell for certain things. I'm going to use git bash to actually set up the project locally, and also in the future. And also, finally, I always recommend to have the Laravel official documentation open, because whenever you are building a project, it's very hard to remember everything. So I generally stick with the documentation, open it whenever I need it, and just browse it for certain things. Okay, now let's close everything. I'm going to leave only Laravel official documentation. And now I'm going to open git bash. I'm going to navigate into desktop, and then I'm going to execute Composer create-project Laravel/Laravel, and then I'm going to provide the local folder name inside which I'm going to create my Laravel project, and I'm going to call this Laravel 11-react-inertia, and we're going to hit the enter. It's going to download the latest Laravel version with all its dependencies, and it's going to set up the project for us. Okay, it finished installation, and now we're going to open it using VS Code. And now I'm going to open the terminal. I'm going to collapse the left side, and we're going to install Laravel Breeze, which adds registration and login functionality to our application. Also, Laravel Breeze is going to be the package using which we're going to add React to our application. Let me execute Composer require Laravel/Breeze, and I'm going to provide right here --dev flag as well. Let's hit the enter. Once Breeze is installed, we're going to execute php artisan breeze :install. Hit the enter. It's going to ask us which stack we would like to install. We have a couple of options. We have Blade with Alpine, we have Livewire, and we also have React with Inertia right here, and Vue with Inertia. We're going to choose React with Inertia. So here I'm going to type React. As soon as I type this, now the following command, first of all, it's going to ask a couple of more questions, like if we would like to have additional features like dark mode, for example, or inertia server-side rendering. In this case, I'm going to just choose dark and hit the enter. And which testing framework do you prefer? This is the next question, and I'm going to leave these the default one. I'm going to hit the enter right here. Okay, so once we do this, then it's going to download Inertia as well. Pay attention to the following dependencies. Inertia is being downloaded, and it's going to include the React as well. Okay, Breeze scaffolding installed successfully, and now we can already start the artisan server by executing php artisan serve. We hit the enter. I'm going to open a new terminal inside which we're going to execute npm run dev. I'm going to bring up two more terminals. This one is going to be for Tinker, so I'm going to execute php artisan Tinker, and I'm going to explain what is Tinker in a little bit, and I'm going to bring up another terminal which is going to be for my artisan commands such as php artisan make controller, make model, whatever. So let's give them proper names. Like I'm going to call this serve, I'm going to call this vite, I'm going to call this Tinker, and this is going to be artisan. Okay, once we have the serve running and vite running, we can open the website at localhost port 8000, hit the enter, and we're going to see the following Laravel application up and running. Now I'm going to activate dark mode. For this, let's open the left side, left panel. We're going to open tailwind config.js. I'm going to collapse the terminal, and here we're going to add dark mode to be based on class. This is the one change we're going to do. Next, we're going to go under resources, views, applet php. This is what we're going to open, and here I'm going to add class dark. As soon as I save this and reload the browser, even you don't need to reload, the reload will happen automatically. You're going to see Laravel application running in dark mode. Now, let's see the power of inertia. And for this, let's just pay attention to this reload icon. I'm going to navigate to different pages like login and register, and also pay attention to the bottom left corner whenever I mouse over on this login and register. You see, down below, right here, the URL is very valid and correct URL. It looks like it is a traditional page, login and register. But now pay attention to the reload icon. As soon as I click login, this reload icon does not move. And we see a progress bar right here in the following area. Let's go back and click on register and pay attention at progress bar right here. Click on register. Okay, it didn't trigger the progress bar because once it was already loaded. Let's click on the already registered maybe, and maybe forget password. So the navigation from page to another page happens through inertia. That's a single page application, and the pages rendered right here are actually React pages. Now let's try to register. Whenever we register, we are automatically approved. Let's hit the enter. I was able to register and I'm also logged in, okay, which is something I want to avoid, and I want to implement the email verification. For this, we're going to open user.php model, which is inside app models folder, and we're going to implement, that's going to implement must verify email contract, okay. Once we implement this user class from must verify email, then whenever we register, we will be able to, the system will send an email verification which we need to confirm. Okay, let me actually try to reapply migration so that my newly registered user is gone, or maybe I can go into profile and I can just delete my account. Okay, I was able to delete. Let's go into register. I'm going to provide the same details. Let's hit the enter. And here it is. Okay, so now it sent us email verification, which we need to verify and confirm. But where was that email sent? So let's open .env file, which is inside the project's root directory right here. Okay, and if we scroll down below, we're going to see this mail. Where's mailer, which is log by default. And this means that every new email is not sent anywhere, but it is saved inside log files, which we can find under storage logs Laravel log. Once we open this and scroll down below, there are some more logs, but at the very bottom, we are going to see the following email. This is already an email. Let's scroll up a little bit to find the beginning of the email. This is the email body. Let's scroll up. Here we go. This is it. Okay, pay attention. From Laravel, the email comes from Laravel verify email address. If you scroll down below, please click the button below to verify your email address. Here's the link. I'm going to click on Control on my keyboard and then mouse click on the link, which does it open something? Yes, it opened. And now I'm verified and I'm also authenticated. Okay, which is cool. I think I clicked that twice. So this is the previous link, which I can reload, and I'm already verified and I can log in. If I click this, it opens in the background, but I'm also already authenticated. It doesn't do anything. Okay, we can close this. Now let's understand what is Inertia and how that works. Inertia basically is a glue. It is not a framework. It is a glue that connects the front end to the backend. Okay, so in our case, we connect a React application to a Laravel. Inertia actually can be used even with different backend frameworks. Out of the box, Laravel Breeze supports Inertia with Vue.js and Inertia with React. We have chosen to build this application with React, and now we're going to have React front-end application. Now, let's understand how Inertia works, how it does the job. If we open up blade.php, which is the main layout file, we're gonna pay attention to a couple of attributes and directives. So here we have Inertia attribute added on the title. Okay, so in the title, actually, we have a hard-coded app name. But whenever we navigate from one page into another, pay attention, we have welcome Laravel right here. If we go into login, we see login Laravel. If we go into forgot password, we see forgot password, and so on. So basically the title is changed dynamically based on this Inertia attribute. If we remove this completely, save the page, we're going to see Laravel right here. It doesn't matter on which page we are, it's going to be still Laravel. Now Inertia is not able to update the title of the page. That's why we need Inertia attribute right here. Now, if we scroll down below, we're going to see a couple of directives like routes. We see this vite react refresh and so on. And let's explain all of them step by step. This routes directive is responsible to generate all the registered routes and make those routes available in React components. Because we're going to need those routes to create the proper links from React application from one page into another. But we define those routes not in the React, like if you are familiar with React, you define the routes generally in React Router, right? But in our case, we don't define those routes in React Router. We define them inside web.php like we define routes in traditional Laravel website. Like here, for example, we define the /route, we define the dashboard route, we define the profile route, and inside auth, we even have more routes such as register, login, forgot password, and so on. Okay, and we need to use these routes in the React applications. That's why we make those routes available in the React application through these routes directive. And that happens using Ziggy package. So we have also Ziggy package installed. If you open package.json and we're going to search for Ziggy, maybe that is not installed by default, but that is a dependency of our Inertia.js React. Anyway, let's open the browser. I'm going to inspect this and let's have a look in under head. Let's inspect the head. And we're going to see the first script tag, and here we see this Ziggy constant variable, and here we have all the defined routes. Like this is the URL, and if we just have a look, it's not necessary to understand everything, but just have a look. Here we see dashboard, for example. We see what is the URL, what methods can be used to access the dashboard, and here in this case the dashboard is a route name. Here we see the profile, for example, profile destroy, what is the URL, and what methods can be used to destroy the profile, and so on. Okay, using this approach, we have all the defined roles available in React. Let's close the package.json. The next directive is the vite react refresh, which is the following script, and that is responsible whenever we change something in the React application, the browser will be reloaded. That's like a hot reloading feature. The next one is the vite, which is, I think, very familiar. It's going to load the app.jsx and all the pages related JSX components. Whenever we reload this page right now, if we observe that what is generated by this vite directive, we're going to see this is the one. Let's enlarge this. So this is the one which is generated by this vite directive. This is it, and here we see pages welcome JSX. Okay, so using this page variable. But if I go into login and then I reload the page, then I see right here pages auth login JSX. And here we also have CSS, which is the entire Tailwind CSS in our case. Also, when we navigate between pages, I'm going to open the network and I'm going to search for the pages, because this is the interesting part. When we reload in this case, we're going to see login JSX is loaded. So JSX is basically a React page. But then when we start navigating from one page into another, so we see welcome JSX right here. Okay, now dynamically welcome JSX was loaded. We click on register. Now register JSX was loaded. Now I click this already registered and login JSX was loaded. And you get the idea, right? And basically we loaded all the pages. And now when we go back, nothing more is loaded because login was already loaded and it is not going to load anymore. And using this, we get a very high performance single page application. Okay, that's cool. Now, where are these pages located? All these pages are located under resources, JS pages. And these are the pages we are going to also create and modify inside this folder, inside the pages. Okay, let's finalize this part. Inertia head basically directive is responsible to generate all the meta tags. We can define all the meta tags inside our components, inside our pages. Like in welcome JSX, we can define additional meta tags which will be generated and added inside the head if we want so. And this inertia directive is the main directive which is responsible to render the entire React application. So if we expand this body, we're going to see with ID app right here, this is the React application, entire React. Okay, so we understand what are those directives. Now let's open web.php again, and I want you to pay attention to one thing. Whenever we access this slash, we're going to render the welcome page using inertia render. Okay, so traditionally, when we build the traditional application, we use the view helper function, right? Or we can use the view facade even. In our case, we are using inertia render, and there is a separate inertia helper function as well. We can render the welcome like this as well. Okay, and this inertia render is responsible, and that makes sure that it doesn't reload all the assets and CSS and JavaScript like the traditional page rendering does. So now this inertia render is necessary to render the JSX component. And also this inertia render is looking for under resources JS pages. Traditionally, if we use the view helper function, it's going to look up under resources views, right? But this inertia render looks up under resources JS pages. Now let me call up to the left side, and I'm going to open login JSX, and I want to search for link. So this is the link basically using which user can be redirected to the password reset page. So this is the link actually. And when we click on the link, we know that now this does not do a full reload. It only does a single page application type of reload, and only one page, that page will be reloaded, nothing else, right? So if we replace this is a link special tag which is imported from Inertia. If we scroll up, we're going to see link imported from Inertia.js React, right? So if we replace this with a tag, it's gonna still render the same link if we go back. So the link is the same, like from the user interface perspective, but whenever we click on this link, pay attention to this reload icon. It's gonna do the full reload. And it's not gonna only reload the page, but it's gonna reload all the assets as well. Let's go back into login page. I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna clear up all the network side, and I'm gonna click on this. And it's going to do the full reload, including all the other things, so the CSS and JavaScript and everything else, right? If I undo the change and leave this as a link, and then go back into home page, reload the page, and clear up the network, and then I click this forgot password, we're going to see only a couple of requests, like the favicon and the forgot password as a root, and we see this JSX component, which is actually requested from under this root. So this is the response coming from Inertia. We see this is the entire response, and based on that response, the following component was loaded. Let's open VS Code, and I'm going to also cover the file which is located under resources JS app JSX. So this is the main JavaScript file, and this is responsible for creating the Inertia application and managing the titles and loading components and so on. So if we observe this right here, we see what's the application name. We take this from the Vite app name, or it's going to be Laravel, and then this is how the title is generated. The title, what we see in the browser right here. So this is the actually title which is given right here, and the title is set from the component. Like if we open login JSX, if we scroll up, right here, it is basically using the guest layout and with a special tag, head tag, and that head tag accepts the title right here. So this is the title. If I simply change this, and let's write some junk characters, random characters, and we are going to go back into login page, and we're going to see those characters right here. Okay, and this title is taken. Let me undo. This title is taken, and then we append the application name, and this is how the title of the page is generated. In the result, this is the logic how the components are resolved. They are searched under pages, the component page name, and we have also this globe pattern that is going to look for the following files. It's going to look for under pages in the nested directories in JS. The setup is the function inside which we're going to create the root element, and we're going to render this as a React application, which is the app given as an argument to this setup. And progress is progress has a color, and we can change this color, and that's going to be the progress color what we see when we navigate between pages. The progress color right here. If I click on this, let's reload the page, click on this, you see the progress right here. So we can adjust that progress color if we want from here as well. Now let's work on the database structure. I'm going to bring up the terminal. Let's activate this artisan terminal, and let's generate several models and migrations. PHP artisan make model project model is going to be the first one which I'm going to generate, and I'm going to also provide two flags. One is for the factory. I'm going to generate the factory as well, and I'm going to generate the migration as well. So -f and m. Let's hit the enter. So 3 files were generated. Look at this. So first of all, this app models project PHP was generated. It also generated database factories project factory, and it generated this migration file. And whenever we again hit Control on our keyboard and mouse click, it's going to open the file in the VS Code, which is exactly what we want. But let me generate the second model as well. PHP artisan make model, but in this case we're gonna provide task right here. we are gonna give the same flags. We need to generate factory as well as the migration for the tasks as well. Okay, so let's hit the enter. Again, it generated 3 files, and let's click on this migration file, control and mouse, and it's going to open that as well. So now we can close the terminal, and we're going to work on this migration file. So let's start with the projects. What fields do we need? Let me quickly generate those fields. So we need name for the project. We need a long text as a description. We need timestamp to be due date. Timestamp, due date, which actually can be nullable. Okay. We also need to provide status. The status must be required, but I think we can make the description to be nullable. Okay, good. We provided the status. We need, let's provide the image path as well. And image can also be nullable. We are going to also provide foreign ID. Foreign ID, the column name will be created by, who created the project, and that's going to be constrained on users. On delete, let's restrict on delete by default. Okay, and let's duplicate this line, and we're going to have updated by as well. So we have name, we have description, due date, status, image path, created by, updated by. 3 fields are nullable. I think this is good. Now let's open tasks table and generate columns for it. We will need again name, string name. We need description, and again description needs to be long text. We need image path as well. Let's make this string. Image path. Image path can be nullable. The description can also be nullable. We need status, and the status needs to be required. We need type, or not type, but the priority. The task needs to have priority. In task, the status and the priority needs to be required. We can provide extra information such as tags or etc., but I think we can skip that. Actually, we don't need to overcomplicate things, and just let's make the main focus on the actual full stack application functionality, Laravel, React, single page application. Okay, not too much details. Now let's provide like the due date, maybe due date, and the due date can be again nullable. And let's provide this created by and updated by. I'm gonna copy these 2 columns from here, and we need also assigned user ID, assigned user ID. Cool, and I think that's it. And of course we need the project ID, which is constrained on projects. So task has a project ID. So we have name, we have description, image path, status, priority, due date. We have assigned user ID. We have created by, updated by, and project ID. Okay, all of them are required except due date, image path, and description. Okay, this is cool. So we have migrations ready. Now let's open factories. In the database folder, factories, let's open, let's close the migration files first, and then open project factory and task factory. And in the project factory, we are gonna define the fields, fake fields for the project. So basically I'm gonna execute the seed command to create 100, roughly 100, okay, or 100 or maybe less projects and tasks, so that we have something to work on at the beginning. And later we're going to also implement creating the projects. Okay, let's start with the project factory, and we need the name. Okay, so we're going to use fake function for this, and let's provide sentence. So the name needs to be a regular sentence, one sentence. Okay, the description needs to be a real text. Let's provide some real text. We have due date as well, which we need some fake date, but let's take some range, because this is a due date. It generally needs to be in the future. So let's provide date time between now and plus 1 year, maybe, like this. Let's provide status. Actually, the status needs to be one of the available values. Let's take one random element from the given list, and I'm going to provide right here 3 options for status. Pending, the project is either pending, in progress, or completed. Okay, cool. Let's provide image path to be fake image URL. No arguments are necessary for image URL, and we need created at. Let's provide just one as a hard-coded one, the user who created this project, and updated at. I'm going to provide this one as well. Now let's open Task Factory and do something similar there. Now let me copy everything, put this right here. We need the name to be sentence, the description needs to be real text, the due date is okay, the status is fine. We need priority next to the status. Fake random element from the given list. So let's provide an array here. We need low, medium, and high. So these are the priorities we're providing. We can leave the image path. We need also assigned user ID. Let's put this right here. Assigned a user ID, and I think that's it. So name, description, due date, status, priority, image path. Let's move this down like this. Cool. Okay, perfect. Now let's open database seeder, which is under database folder seeders. And here it already there's already code to create single user, but I want to update this. So I want to create my user. Let's call this Zura. Provide my email. I'm going to provide my password here, which will be which we need to pass into bcrypt because we want to save the encrypted passwords in the database. 123.321 and A. Okay, this is the test password. We need to have it at least 8 characters containing with uppercase letter and digits and so on. Okay, whatever. And let's also provide email verified at, and we're going to provide time, which is the current time. So whenever we execute the seeder, it's going to create this single user. Okay, and now let's create also use the factory, project factory, as well as the task factory to create fake projects and the tasks. So for this, we're going to use project factory. We're going to provide, like, let's provide the second function count, like 30 30 projects, and then each of them needs to have tasks. Has tasks like 30, and then we're going to execute create. This project model needs to be imported from app models. Make sure that the following import is added by VS Code at the top. Okay, so I think that's okay. That's good. However, we need to open this project model, and we're going to define the relationship between the project into tasks. Okay. Public function tasks return this has many task. Awesome. Now we need to execute migration with the -- seed option to create the tables, what we just generated, and also create this seed data. Let's bring up the terminal and execute PHP artisan migrate -- seed. Before I execute this, let's open this project explorer, and in the database we already have this database.sql. Okay, if that file doesn't exist right here, then whenever you execute the following command, it's going to ask you to create, or it's going to automatically create it. But for this project, we are going to use the SQLite database, which is the simplest one to set up and just make it working for beginners. Okay, if you know what you are doing, you can easily switch to MySQL, and you're going to find the database connection details right here in the .en file. Laravel 11 changed this actually, and the default one is SQLite. In the Laravel 10, the default one was MySQL or MariaDB. You could obviously change into SQLite, but in Laravel 11, the default one is SQLite, which I'm going to leave. I think it's good for absolute beginners. So you don't need to worry about the database. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to leave this into SQLite, and now let's actually execute this PHP artisan migrate -- seed. Okay, we have some sort of error. Let's expand this on full screen. Let's have a look. The create projects table was executed, create tasks table was executed. However, here we have this error, unique constraint violation exception. Look at this, integrity constraint violation, unique constraint. Okay, so we are about to create new user in the database, which has this email zura@example.com, but that user already existed in the database. Okay, that is the issue. So I'm going to actually drop every table and then reapply the same migrations. So I'm going to execute PHP artisan migrate : refresh, which will again drop all the tables, reapply them, and then reapply the seeds. So while we are developing this, I'm going to probably execute this PHP artisan migrate refresh a couple of times. And while you're doing your projects from scratch, feel free to execute this migrate refresh, which will drop everything and reapply. Okay, instead of creating new migrations at the beginning stage of your project, you can drop everything, modify the migration. Imagine that we made some mistake in the migration. For example, we missed one column which we want to add right here. Okay, there are two options. We can update this migration file, we can drop everything and re-execute, or we can create new migration file, in which the migration file will be just an alter table, add new column right there. So again, I want to make this very clear. If the project is you're developing from absolute scratch, okay, and you're at the very early stage, and you even have not pushed your changes, committed and pushed your changes through Git, you can modify an existing migration, just roll back everything and execute migrate refresh with -- seed or without, it doesn't matter in this case. But if you have already pushed your project, if the project is cloned by your teammates and they already execute the migrations, then changing this migration is bad idea. I'm telling this to beginner developers because you might think that, okay, I can always change the migration and reapply, but your developers, your teammates have already executed this migration, and the migration is marked as executed in the database, and they will have trouble if you just make the changes in existing migration. You have to create new migration if your project is pushed, if your project is cloned by another developers, and of course if the project is also set up on production environment. If you have any questions regarding this, please let me know in the comment section. I will be happy to answer your questions. Okay, now let's execute this. PHP artisan migrate refresh dash seed. It's gonna first of all roll back all the migrations, existing ones, then reapply all the migrations, and then it's gonna seed the database. Here we have again error not null constraint failed project created by. Okay, created by was specified as null in one of the factories. Here it should be created by here as well. Here as well, created by and updated by. Cool. However, we can provide created at and updated at as well. Created at will be current time, and updated it will be current time, and we can copy this from the project factory and put this in the task factory as well. Now I can clear this and I can execute the same thing, migrate refresh, which will again drop everything, run migrations, and then it's going to start seeding the database, which it looks like it is working right now. But because we are creating several records actually in the database, it's going to take a few seconds. So we are actually creating 30 projects, and each project has 30 tasks. So totally we are creating almost 1000 objects in the database. Okay, the seeding was completed. The migration files were applied, and now I want to use this Tinker. So Tinker is a command line interface to interact with the Laravel. Okay, we need to execute PHP artisan Tinker, and the Tinker comes by default with the Laravel's installation. And here I'm gonna actually check how many objects are in the database inside the projects table or inside the tasks table. So we can execute app models project : count. Okay, this is regular Laravel code which you can put in the code as well, but whenever we hit the enter, it's gonna execute right here and gives us the output. And let's see how many tasks are in the project in the database. Task count, we see 900. So this is exactly what we expected. We can also execute task query paginate like 5 and hit the and then we can call get, I think, or we can call all. Don't remember by heart every single thing, but this gives us also a possibility to query all the objects. Now look at this. So we executed paginate and all, and it gave us 5 tasks. So this is the first task. We have the ID, name, description, every field which is in the database. This is the second one. This is the third one with ID 3 as well, fourth one, and fifth one. Okay, it gave that information to us. Okay, so this Tinker is sometimes which we might need to check, and yeah, in this case I can just close this, and we have the database already prepared. We have the tables, we have the factory ready, and we have the seed data ready as well. And let's just test if we can log in with this email and password. I can save this. Let's open the project. I can reload this. I will be logged out, and I can click login with this password. Yep, I was able to log in. I can update my password. Now let's create controllers. I'm going to bring up the terminal and let's execute PHP artisan make controller. First, let's create project controller, and I'm going to specify -- requests and -- resource right here. But I'm going to also specify the model -- model equals project. So I'm creating new controller and telling the Laravel that this controller is for the project model. It is the resource controller, and it also needs requests. Okay, what does this exactly mean? Let's hit the enter and I will explain. Okay, have a look. So 3 files were created: store project request, update project request, and project controller. Now let's hit the control on the keyboard and mouse, and let's open the project controller and let's explore. By specifying -- resource flag indicates that we want to generate all these actions. Okay, index, create, store, show, edit, update, and destroy. By providing -- requests indicates that we want separate request class for storing the project as well as for the updating the project, which it actually did. So it created these 2 projects. And whenever we implement the actually saving the project or updating the project, we have to implement the correct code right here in this store project request. We have to do the proper logic in the authorize or just return true, and we have to properly define all these rules. Okay, we have this project controller, and I'm going to also generate task controller, PHP artisan task controller -- model equals task -- requests and -- resources. Let's hit the enter. PHP artisan, sorry. PHP artisan make controller task controller. Let's hit the enter. -- resource, I think. Yeah, not resources. So it created the store task request, update task request, and task controller, exactly what we want. And I'm going to do the same thing for the user. Let's create now a user controller, and the model will be user. Let's hit the enter. Again, 3 files were created. Okay, awesome. Now let's close this and have a look those files. So we create project controller, task controller. Again, this has the same structure. It is for task though, and we have the user controller. Now let's open web PHP, which is the roots, web PHP under roots, and we're gonna redefine the roots. I'm gonna just modify these parts. So whenever we are accessing the /, I don't want to render this welcome. Instead, I'm going to redirect into dashboard. So route redirect from / into dashboard. Now let's take care of the dashboard. So the dashboard, accessing the dashboard is only allowed when the user is authenticated and verified. And also accessing the projects needs the same logic, like the user needs to be authenticated and verified. So I'm going to create kind of a middleware group. Okay, so route, not the middleware group, but a group for routes based on the middleware. So route middleware, we are going to provide right here those 2 middlewares, auth and verified. And then I'm going to execute group on this, which accepts a closure inside there. And then inside that closure, any route, what I define, will only be accessed if the user is authenticated and if the user is verified. So let me actually get this, maybe get this part. I'm going to cut this. So on the dashboard, we're going to render the dashboard, and let's give this also proper name right here. That's perfectly fine. I'm going to delete this. And let me actually write this with arrow function. Yeah. Inertia render. Like this. So that we have this on a single line. Okay. Perfect. So now this is going to work in the same way. We can have a look. If we just try to access the home page, basically if we just try to access the /, it tries to redirect to the dashboard, but we can't access the dashboard because it requires authentication, so we were redirected to the login page. Once we log in, then we can access the dashboard. If we can just access to /, we will be redirected into dashboard. Now, like we defined this dashboard, we can define already the resources for the project and tasks and users. So for this, I'm going to use resource method. I'm going to provide right here the resource name, which is going to be project, and the controller will be project controller. Okay, make sure that the project controller is imported right here. And I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. Here, I'm going to write task. Here, I'm going to write user. And let's provide the correct controllers, task controller here, and user controller here. Make sure that the task controller and the user controller is also imported at the top of the files. Okay, now we defined these project, task, and users. Now let's have a look what routes are available. PHP artisan route list. If we hit the enter, we're going to see all the routes that is available. Okay, and I'm interested in the one which we defined right now. So we defined this project route, which is to get, and the route name is called project index, and there's gonna be the following function: project controller index. We have the post on the project to create new one. We have the get to render, get or head to render the project detail space. So basically here we see all the routes which is for the resource controllers in general. We have the same thing for tasks, and we have the same thing for users. Okay, now I think it's time to start rendering projects. But before that, let's open the layout and let's add projects and users and tasks in this layout section. So the layout is basically called authenticated layout, which is under resources.js layout. So let's open this, scroll down below, and we see the dashboard. Basically, this file is large, and I want to change the indentation into 2 spaces because whenever my file grows, basically it goes on the right, and this is not convenient. So I'm going to open this editor config file, and I'm going to redefine for the JSX file. For the JSX file, I'm going to set the indent size to be 2. Okay. Now, if I go in the authenticated layout, and if I save this, or if I just format the code, format document, I think I didn't define this properly. Let's provide JS as well. Yeah, I think we need to define like this or like this. We need probably we need this for the JS as well. So let's save this, and now let's, yeah, you see that, right? So now the code was formatted into 2 spaces, which makes this more readable because we don't have this code on the right side. And now let's find this dashboard section, and I'm going to duplicate this 3 times. Okay, and then this one will be projects, and the root is going to be project.index. This is what we saw already. And right here we also need project.index. Then down below we're going to change this into task.index, and here we need tasks, or maybe let's call this all tasks. And right here we need user.index, and we're going to have users navigation item. Now, if we open this, we're going to see projects, all tasks, and users right here. However, when we click right now, it doesn't change that much. It doesn't do anything because we don't have the proper view files created, so that nothing is returned from the controller, and that's why it doesn't do this redirect. To render projects, first we're going to create the new file, and that file should be under resources.js pages. And actually, I'm going to create a new folder right here, call this project, and inside there, I'm going to create index.jsx file for the project index action, basically. Okay, and later we're going to create more files like create.jsx or edit.jsx right here. But first, we're going to focus on listing the projects. So we're going to export default function from here. Index. This is going to be a React component, functional component. So we are going to return from here the JSX template. We're going to use this authenticated layout. So if we open, for example, dashboard JSX, here we are using this authenticated layout, which has two props passed. So it has the user prop passed and the header prop. And the header prop is what is rendered as a title of the page. So if we go in the dashboard, this is the header prop. Okay. And then we have this skeleton, and right here we have this text, "You are logged in." So we need to use this authenticated layout like we are using in the dashboard. Okay. So if I go right here and start typing authenticated, that needs to be imported from this authenticated layout. I'm going to click on this, and authenticated was imported. So pay attention that right here we have this authenticated layout. It is called authenticated. You can call whatever you want whenever you are importing, but the auto-completion gives you the same name, whatever is named inside this authenticated layout, and the function is called authenticated. Okay, we can change this authenticated layout, and now whenever we start typing, if we remove this, whenever we start typing authenticated layout and import that, it's going to do this proper import. Okay, that's good. Now we need to pass these two props. Let's go in the dashboard. I'm going to copy these two props in the authenticated layout, and I'm going to pass this. However, pay attention that the user, this auth needs to be imported, accepted, not imported, accepted as a prop, because Inertia passes all the data as a prop. So if we open, we have this dashboard. Okay, right now we're going to accept the auth, but I'm going to show you one thing as well. For example, let's open profile controller, and the profile controller renders this profile edit view, which the profile controller passes two variables: must verify email and status. So if we open right now profile/edit, right here we have this must verify email and status. Okay, so these are two variables which are passed as a prop from the controller. Okay, whatever we're going to pass to Inertia's view from the controller, then we can accept this as a prop inside the React component. But you probably have a question: what is this auth and how this is available right now? Because we don't actually pass this from the profile controller. Okay, so this auth is available through the Inertia's middleware. If we go into app HTTP middlewares, we have this handle Inertia requests. Okay, and if we scroll down below, we're going to see this share, and we have this auth user, which is the currently authenticated user. So that shares that auth user to every view. Basically, we can accept auth user into every view, which is shared for every view. Okay. Now let's close this edit. Now let's close the profile controller and focus on our index.jsx. So we are going to accept right here projects. This is something we need to pass from the project controller, accept right here, iterate and render. Okay. So the title will be projects, and we are going to have the whole markup right here. Let's go into dashboard, and let me just grab this part and put this right here. And instead of "you are logged in," we can just type projects, and we're going to actually render table in this place. But now let's close this authenticated controller. Let's close this dashboard, or maybe we need dashboard for one more thing. We have this head title. So this head title is exactly the title we have been talking about previously. This title will be updated, will be displayed under here, exactly right here. Okay, and also if we just open this up JSX, this title is going to be that title. So the page title will become dashboard / the application name. Okay, awesome. So we need this as well. Let's put this right here and let's give it projects. The title will be projects. Now we need to close the dashboard and let's open project controller and let's return the Inertia view. Return, we can call Inertia facade render method, or we can use Inertia's helper function. I'm going to use the helper function. I think it's more convenient, and we're going to render project / index. Okay, and we are going to pass some variables to this index. If we don't pass anything right now, it's just gonna render. Let's go into projects and click on projects. It doesn't do anything. Let's open developer tools and see what errors do we have. Pages, project, index.jsx, page not found. Pages, projects, index.jsx. Okay, where is this index.jsx? Okay, pages, project. They should be uppercase. Yeah, generally the React components are called in uppercase, so that should be uppercase index.jsx. So whenever I save this and click on the projects, it does something, but we have an error, no problem. Let's have a look. Head is not defined. So the head, this is the component which needs to be imported from the Inertia. We haven't imported that. Okay, VS Code can automatically import that for you whenever you start typing like head, and this is the file React.js, Inertia.js / React. If we click on this, the import will be done automatically. Okay, obviously we need head right here. Okay, now the head was imported. If we just reload, we don't see any errors in the console, and if we click on the projects, we are redirected to the projects. The title was changed, the content was changed. Okay, now we need to pass the projects from the project controller. So we have to select these projects. Let's define a variable called query, which is going to be project query. Then on query, I need to call paginate. Okay, and I'm gonna return just 10 records, but I'm going to also provide how many links I need on each page of the current page. So this is something which I don't want to be very large, so I'm going to set this into 1. Okay, and then this is the projects, and I can already pass this right here, but I also want to create a resource. This is also good practice and you should consider. Whatever you're going to pass into the project index right here, the entire data will be available on the front end in the browser. So make sure you don't pass sensitive information. Unlike typical Blade, if you pass any information to Blade, but if you don't use that information in the Blade, then it's not going to be available in the browser. But in Inertia, it works differently. Once you pass the data to the view, that data is sent to the browser. You might not be using that information in the React component, but for the user, the data will be available. So it's not recommended to pass the entire list of database objects, but we should create resources similar how we are doing when we're developing API. So now I'm going to create project resource. Let's bring up the terminal and execute. PHP artisan project resource, resource, PHP artisan project resource. Okay, good. Let's hit the enter. Sorry, PHP artisan make resource project resource. Right? Let's hit the enter. Project resource was created. Now let's also create task resource. Task resource. Let's hit the enter. Okay, task resource was also created. Now let's open project resource, and we are gonna adjust this part, what needs to be returned to the browser. Come on. Sometimes this autocompletion is very awesome, sometimes it's annoying. That autocompletion is from the PHP tools extension. To save some time, I'm going to just copy and paste the properties what I need to return, okay? And I'm going to explain, obviously. So we need to return the ID, we need to return the name, we need to return the description. So I want to return the created date, but formatted in the following format. It needs to be year, month, and the day. So basically, I'm converting this created date into Carbon instance and then calling format on this. So I'm doing same thing for the due date. We're just returning status, image path, created by, and updated by. So this created by and updated by needs to be a relation to users table, because the project has created underscore by and updated underscore by fields, which has relation to the users table, and we need to define this relation, okay? But also make sure that the Carbon class is imported. So if you just delete few characters and then hit Control and space, it's going to give you all the available Carbon related classes, and we need to import Carbon, okay? Not illuminate facade, but just Carbon from the Carbon namespace. Okay, so now this is good. Let's open project PHP and define this relation to created by and updated by. So I have the following live template and created by, which saves some time for me, user. So we have this relation into user with the column by the column created by. Now I'm going to duplicate this. This is going to be updated by to user by updated by column. Now in the project resource, this is going to return the user object. Okay, which is cool. However, when returning the entire user object, this is also something we need to be careful with the same approach what I just explained. So if we're going to return the entire user object to the front end, then this can be visible in the browser, and we might not want that. I'm going to explain what I'm talking about right now, and then I will modify this part slightly. So I think I don't want this project PHP. I'm going to close this, and in the project controller, so we have this projects, which is a result of pagination, and then I'm going to pass these projects, and I'm going to use project resource right now and call collection on this, and give the projects variable right here. So this now passes this paginator result into this project index React component, which can be accepted as projects right here. Okay, now we can take these projects and print right here inside pretext. I'm going to use also JSON stringify projects, and let's pass undefined to here as well. Now let's have a look on the front end. Let's reload the page. Collection on each page does not exist. Okay, let's see. I think this on each page needs to be called. Sorry, what is this? Excuse me, this should be on each side. On each side. On each side of the current page. Sorry. So here we go. So here we have all the data. So this data is all the projects we have. So we have the ID name, description, whatever, okay, which is part of the project. Here we have this created by, which is the user object. And we have the ID name, email verified at, created and updated at, okay? And we have everything, but this is exactly what I wanted to mention. So this email verified at is something we probably don't want to expose and return to the browser. So right now, all the created by is my user, but if the current user is somebody else, why should I be able to see what is email verified at of that specific user, right? This is not going to be logical. So for this, we're going to create new resource. So now let's create user resource, and let me first check if the user resource exists out of the box. No, it doesn't exist. So let's bring up the terminal and execute php artisan make resource user resource. Let's hit the enter. That was created. And now if we open project resource, I'm going to pass this created by into user resource, new user resource. So let's just pass this created by, and we're going to do the same thing for updated by user resource. Okay, so we're good right here. And now let's adjust this user resource. Let's open that. And from this user resource, we are going to only return ID. We are going to return name. We are going to return email. And we are going to return created at, when the user was created. This created at, let's create carbon instance. And then we can call format on this. I think the carbon is not included. So that should be imported. Semicolon is missing right here. And the format needs to be obviously the format, year, month, day. Okay, we save this, and now let's have a look in the browser. This email verified at as well as updated at should be excluded because we are only returning 4 fields from here. Maybe even this created at is not necessary. We can exclude this, no problem. So let's just reload and have a look. Look at this. So we see only these 3 fields: ID, name, and email, who created that specific project. Now I'm going to scroll down below, and we're going to see additional information. So here we have the data, but we have something else as well. If we scroll down below, we see links, first, last, previous, and next, and we see the meta information, what's the current page, from which, here we have to which, so we are displaying from 1 to 10, last page is 3, and these are all the links for the pagination, and we need to use that links to actually render the pagination. Now let's start working on the table part, and I'm gonna right here in this area I'm going to create the table, but my main focus in this video is not the design. HTML and CSS is very secondary, so I want to focus on more on functionality. So I will try to speed up a little bit in this section and maybe even copy and paste the CSS classes and HTML templates, but I'm going to obviously explain whatever I copy for what I copied, or etc. Okay, so let's first create the table t-head. Inside there we need tr and we need th, obviously multiple ths. I'm going to define them as well. And then let's define tbody, tr, td, and I'm going to define them as well. Okay, so I'm going to copy now some classes for the table. So these are the table classes. Again, it's a fully Tailwind CSS classes. So fill width, a small text, text left on, this is for the right to left version, and we have this dark version as well. So then I'm going to copy classes for t-head and put them right here. For tr, I'm going to also provide text no wrap, and for th, we're going to provide padding x3 and padding y2. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate, let's write here ID, for example. The first column is for the ID, and then I'm going to duplicate this for image, name, status, created date, due date, created by, and finally actions. So let's define them. That's going to be image. This is going to be name. This is going to be status, create date, due date, then we have created by, and we have actions. Okay, and now let's focus on tbody. I'm going to copy classes for tbody as well. Actually, tbody doesn't need classes, but class for tr is necessary. So these are the Talent CSS classes for tr, and we're going to iterate now our project's data. Okay, and for each data, we're going to render this tr. So let's use now projects data map, data.map. We have here project, and we're going to return JS6. So I'm going to return the following tr from here. And let's define now classes for this td as well. So it needs to have padding x 3, padding y 2. Let's output project ID. Okay, awesome. Let's duplicate this. Actually, this is the project ID, right? So I'm going to make this a little bit darker. So I'm going to use th. Then we're going to have the project image. Let's change this into td. And then we're going to have the project name as well. And I'm going to make this darker as well, maybe. And let's use, or maybe we can use td. Okay, again, I'm spending some time on a td. I'm going to hit myself into hand whenever I start doing this. So this needs to be an image. So let's just put an image tag right here. And in the source, we're going to output project.image path. Then we have the name, project name. Now let's duplicate this, and we need project, I think the next one is status. Then we have created date, then we have due date, then we have created by and actions. Okay, good. This needs to be status, created at, this is due date, then we have created by, and we're going to output not the created by, which is the object, but created by dot name. And here we're going to output buttons, but I'm going to leave this empty for now. Let's save this and have a look in the browser. Okay, not bad. The image is obviously very large. We need to reduce that. So maybe we can give that image style, and let's give it width of 60, for example. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to also increase the vertical padding of this table header into 3. Okay, I think this looks better. Okay, so that's I think fine. And we need these action buttons for edit as well as for delete. So let's define them. I'm going to have link. So, and that link, it needs to be Inertia.js link. Okay, that needs to be imported. That link needs to be imported right here. If the link is not imported, you're going to see an error. So the link was imported. We're going to provide href, and the root will be project.edit, and the root requests the project ID as well, so we have to pass it project ID. So, and then let's just let's also give some Talent CSS classes to that link, text blue, and again, CSS classes are not important for this video. I'm just going to give it for nice looking, and let's give it text also edit. So here's our edit button. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to give it delete text. As for the classes, it needs to be the following classes. So instead of blue, we're going to have the red classes. And for the delete, that needs to have also the delete or destroy. don't remember by heart, but we're going to see. So we see these buttons right here, and I'm going to give these T head just text right. And I think now this, when this is on the right side, it is nicely aligned. So just to make sure that the texts don't fall into the second line, we can also give it text no wrap right here. I'm just going to do this and then, yeah, that's it. Okay, awesome. Okay, now we need to take care of the pagination. At the top, at the bottom of the table, right here, I'm going to render this pagination, but I'm going to create a separate component for the pagination. I'm going to do this under JS components, which is a generic folder for reusable components. So in this components folder, let's create pagination.jsx. Let's collapse the left side. Export default function pagination. This is going to accept links as a prop. We are going to return the following JSX. So we need a nav HTML element with the text center and margin top 4. So inside there, I'm going to iterate over received links. So links.map. We need link, and let's return. This is going to be Inertia's link. So this is the class that needs to be imported. Okay, awesome. Now this link needs to have text as well. So first, let me just write link.label here, and we can see how this looks like. Let's go back into index.jsx and use that pagination. Let's hit the enter. We're going to pass links to be project.meta.links. Okay, so this is going to be what we're going to pass. And actually, that should be projects.meta.links. Now, whenever I save this, if we check in the browser, we see this pagination. However, we see these HTML entities, okay? Just to make sure that the HTML entities are properly rendered, we are going to use dangerously set HTML attribute from the React. So this is called dangerously set inner HTML, which accepts an object. So we're going to pass an object right here, and we're going to pass underscore HTML property to be link.label. So instead of rendering this link.label right here, we are going to pass this dangerously set HTML. So whenever I save this, now we're going to see this, not the HTML entities, but render them properly. Now let's apply some CSS classes to this link. Let's provide class name here. And I'm going to copy and paste the base classes, and I'm going to obviously explain things. So these are not the only classes we're going to provide. Actually, let's use binding like this. So these are the base classes, but besides that, I'm going to add conditional classes as well. For example, if the link is active, and each link has this active true or false property. So if the link is active, then I'm going to add bg gray 950. Otherwise, we're going to add an empty space. Okay, and right here I'm going to put also extra white space. We need extra white space here as well because we're concatenating classes, and we just need to make sure that we have white space right here and white space here as well. And plus, I'm going to add also like if the link URL doesn't exist, if the link URL does not exist, so then we are gonna mark the link as is disabled. So I'm going to use text dash gray dash like 500, but I'm going to also use exclamation mark right here to generate this class with the important keyword, because that needs to override that text gray 200. Okay, I'm going to also give it cursor not allowed class. Otherwise, and we probably need white space here, or I think we don't need, because we don't have any more classes, conditional classes, but like leaving a white space here doesn't hurt. So if the URL does exist, however, we're going to give it on hover pg gray 950 as well. Okay, so yeah, this is the class name. For each link, we're going to provide also key as a, because we are iterating over the links, each link needs to have its own unique key. We can provide link.label as a key right here. And we obviously need to provide href as well, which is going to be link.url. And if that doesn't exist, or if it is null, let's provide an empty string here as well. Okay, so now let's have a look. I'm going to save this and let's check in the browser. And this is how our pagination looks like. So when we click on this, now the second page is open. We see page 2 in the browser. We click right here and the third page is opened, and then the next button is disabled. Pay attention that when we navigate between pages, we scroll at the top. Okay, this is the default behavior in Inertia, but because we have this single page application, we can preserve the scroll if we add to this link preserve scroll attribute prop. Okay, once we add this, then if I scroll down below, click on 2, we navigate between pages, but the scroll position is completely remained. So this is actually really awesome. So the next thing what I'm going to do is just to display these pending, completed, and in progress in a different colors, as well as proper text needs to be displayed right here instead of underscore. We need more user-friendly texts. Now let's open Project Explorer, and under resources.js right here, I'm going to create new file called constants.js. We can call it JSX as well. It doesn't change anything, but we are not going to have actually JSX expressions there, so we can call this JS. And I'm going to again copy and paste several constants from here. You can find all these in the GitHub repository of the project in the corresponding file. Like you can check this under, you can see this under the project, resources, JS, and constants. And you can also copy and paste, or you can go ahead and type this. I initially typed that as well. So, but I'm going to explain what this actually does. So this gives us the project status CSS class map. So whenever the status, project status is pending, we're going to give the following CSS class to certain HTML element. Whenever the project status is in progress, we're going to give that class. For completed, we're going to give it a green class, and so on. Whenever the status is pending, we're going to render the following text. For in progress, this text needs to be rendered. And we have the same thing for tasks. Okay, so this is for the task text, the status CSS class map. This is the task status text map. This is the and we have two more for the task priority. Okay, so we're going to use that now in this index.js6 in the place where we are actually rendering the status. So right here, so when we render the status, I am going to use this project, let's just delete everything, project status text map. Okay, and that needs to be imported. So that was automatically imported from by VS Code. And then I'm gonna, this is actually a map, an object, JavaScript object. So we're gonna pass it the project status, and this will render the user-friendly text for each project. So let's have a look. something was errored. Resources JS constants JS does not provide a named export project status text map. Constant.js, why it doesn't provide project status. Here it is. Well, it's strange. It does provide named export. Yeah, this is it. What is that? Child in the list should have a unique. Yes, we don't have this key on the TR, so we need to add that as well. Right here, each TR needs to have key to be project ID. I'm going to give it project ID. Now we're good. If I just reload, I don't see any errors. But right now the texts are in user-friendly text. We don't see this underscore anymore. And I'm going to give it also proper CSS classes. So right here, I'm going to put this in a span. Okay. And then I'm going to give the following class names to that span. So I'm going to give it some hard-coded classes like padding x3 and padding y1, for example, or maybe padding x2, padding y1. I'm going to give it also rounded, and I'm going to give it also text white, then white space, and I'm going to concatenate this with project status class map for the given project status. So if I save this and have a look, okay, why I don't see the proper BG Ember 500. Okay, I think I know the reason. This BG Ember 500 was added. What if I change this file? It needs to do this rebuild. Okay, if I just rename this into JSX, so I think it's gonna work. Obviously, I need to fix that. Okay, now it's working. So basically, the beat builder, which is on JSX files, and for the Tailwind CSS classes, if I have a look in the Tailwind config, I think this should be here. So look at this. So the Tailwind config is watching the following files, and right here we only have a JSX file. So it is only watching on JSX files, but doesn't watch on JS file. And because we named our file JS, Tailwind builder did not had a look at the classes that was there. But yeah, we named it JSX, and it's working. Or we can simply duplicate this line and provide that we want to look at the JS files as well, and then we can just rename this back to JS. Yeah, I'm just gonna undo this and I will leave JSX. But you get the idea. So now we have this nice looking table with the statuses. We have the contextual colors as well as the user-friendly text. The navigation works, and the scroll is also preserved. Now let's implement filtering of the data of the projects in the table. So let's go in the index, projects index, and scroll down below, and we have this T head, and I'm going to actually duplicate this T head. Okay, we're going to have the second T head there, and I'm going to create the search input fields under name and status. So I'm going to only implement searching by name and status. So right here, I'm going to put a field, and here I'm going to put a field, but for the rest of the THs, I'm just going to leave them by its default values. We can even remove this class. Okay, so of course right now it was formatted, but let's just put here input, what's the component name? So there exists default components, which comes with the Breeze, Laravel Breeze. So resources.js components, and we have these text input. Okay, so let's use text input component from components text input class that needs to be imported. So let's have a look. Yep, it was imported, which is great. Where was that? Let's collapse this T-body. We're going to work on this area. And just like there exists text input, I'm going to create select input component. So let me actually copy this text input and create select input, because we're going to implement filtering by name and the status, and the name is text input, but the status is a select input. So let's modify this select input slightly. So it needs to have select input name. What do we have? So the tag will be select. What else? Here we need closing of select. Inside, in between, we need children for the options, and we're going to accept children here as well. And I think, yeah, we don't need type, so we can completely remove the type. The type is for the input, but not for the select. So this is our select input, which has the class name, is focused or not. Children, I think we don't even need this, is focused for the select. So I can completely remove that. This use effect can be removed from imports as well, because we don't use it. Now, if we go in the index.js 6, we can use that select input. Okay, and that needs to be imported from component select input, which was automatically imported. Okay, awesome. Now, what do we have in the browser? So we have input here and drop down right here, but we don't have any options for the drop down. Let's give some CSS classes. So I'm going to give it W full to stretch this on full width, like this. I'm going to give this one also placeholder to be project name. Okay, and we're going to add also event listeners on blur and on key press right here. So on blur, when blur happens, we get this event, and basically I'm going to call a function called field changed. Okay, or we can call this maybe search field change. So even though I'm going to implement only searching by only a name and status, I'm going to make this method more generic so that you can easily add searching by another fields. Like search field changed, we're going to give it the name, the field was changed, and this is the project name. And I'm going to give it also the value, event target.value. And let's listen on key press as well. And whenever this happens, we're going to accept an event in this callback. And I'm going to call on key press. I'm going to create a separate function. On key press, I'm going to give it also name in the entire event object. As for the select, let's give it on change. I think we only need on change. So on change, I can move this. I'm going to accept an event first, and I'm going to call search field changed. We're going to pass the status, the field name that was changed, and we are going to pass event target value as well. So let me save this. This is good. Now let's define this search field changed right here. Const search field changed. We are going to accept name in the value. Okay. And then we are gonna set this somewhere. Okay. I'm going to accept right here a prop called query params, okay, which by default is going to be null. Then let me check if the query params is null. So if the query params exist, I'm going to take it, but if it's null, I'm going to give it an empty object. So after this line, I'm sure that my query params will be an object, okay? It will contain some value, or it might be an empty object. So now whenever the search field is changed, that query params is for search fields. And again, I'm making these more generic so that you can easily add filtering by other fields. Okay, so whenever this is changed, if the value exists, so then inside query params, under name, I'm going to set the value. Okay. However, if the value doesn't exist, I'm going to delete query params for the name. Okay, so this is awesome. I'm going to create a separate function on key press. On key press, we're going to accept the field name on which the key press happened and the entire event. And then I'm going to check if the event key does not equal to enter, we can simply return from here. Okay. However, if the key press happens on enter, then I'm going to call that function search field changed, and I'm going to give it the field name, and I'm going to give it event target value. Okay, so this is great. And now my assumption is that these query params will contain the available, the existing query parameters. Okay, so let's first of all have a look at the result, what we have so far. So project name, if I type, or maybe let's just filter with the status. We don't have any options. Okay, let's scroll down below. Here's the select input. Let's define a couple of options. So the first one has an empty value, and select status is the placeholder. So then duplicate 3 more times. We're going to have pending, in progress, and completed. Pending, in progress, completed. Okay, great. Now we have those options right here. So whenever I choose pending, nothing really happens because we haven't actually done the main part, putting this in the URL. But I'm going to also open developer tools and console just in case we have some errors. Okay, let's just reload the page. Yeah, we do have some errors. On change. Okay, this is wrong. On change. Okay, there are no more errors. And if we scroll up, right here, search field changed. So right here, whenever this happens, now my query parameter contains the current query parameters which needs to be applied, the search parameters. So I'm going to now use router from Inertia.js React. Click on this, make sure that the router is imported from Inertia.js React, and then on the router I'm going to call get. Okay, and simply I'm going to do a redirect. I'm going to provide the current route, which is going to be project.index, which is the current route as well, but I'm going to provide right here query params. So this is going to be the query parameters when we go to the following route. So I save this, and now let me choose pending. And look at this. Now, inside URL, we have status pending. If I change this into in progress, inside the URL, we have in progress. If I type something right here and hit the enter, in the URL, we have name $, but we actually lost the status. So this is something we need to preserve right now. So, and I'm going to do this with the help of backend. So I'm going to open project controller, and right here when we have this query, so I'm going to basically get those query parameters, implement searching, and then pass those query parameters to the project index as a query parameters, like query params, like I am, let me close unnecessary files, like I am expecting right here. Okay, I'm going to close all unnecessary files. Cool. So we're going to pass right here request query, which means that every query parameter will be passed right here. But I also want to check if request name exists. So this auto completion sometimes is annoying. Okay, if the request name exists, then no, this is good. Okay, then we need to add the following where. So on query, where name likes the request name. If the request has status inside there, then we're gonna add the following where. Query where status is the request status. Okay, I think this is good. And then we're passing all the query params to the view. Okay, however, if those, by default, these query params will be an empty array if there are no query parameters. We don't want to pass an empty array, so I'm going to do, if this is an empty array, I'm going to pass null. And whenever this is null, then we're converting this into an object. So this is how we want. Now let's have a look. Just reload the page. And I will also add one more thing. Applying the same value in these input fields, search input fields. So if I scroll down below, this is our input field, and I'm going to provide default value to be query params.name. And for select as well, default value will be query params.status. Now look at this. Now we don't have any query params. I'm going to choose pending. Now here we see pending, here we see pending, and also the filtering works by pending. If I reload right now this, now the status is pending, we just reapplied, and also the filtering works. So if I type something and hit the enter, then it starts filtering. Okay, let's use this sit word. On blur, it filters. So we have now this filtering working by project name as well as the status. And obviously you can add more fields if you want. Now let's implement sorting of the projects by certain fields. First of all, I'm going to go on the backend side and go in the project controller, and I'm going to accept two new query parameters for sorting. So one will be sort field. From a request, I'm going to get sort underscore field. This is how I'm going to accept. And we're going to have sort direction as well. This is going to be sort underscore direction. This is going to be query parameters. And then whenever those fields exist, we can also specify default sorting. Like if they don't exist, let's use created at, and the value will be descending. Okay, and then on this query parameter, I'm going to add order by sort field. It should be singular. So sort field with the sort direction. This is how I am going to order sort field and sort direction. Now let's go in the index.js, the React component, and whenever the sort field and sort direction exists, they will be here in this query params. Okay, and the idea is the following, that we are going to click the table headers So this is the search T head. I'm going to collapse this. I'm going to open this above T head. So these are the table headers, and whenever we click on these table headers, we are going to update that. So I am going to use I need to use multi-cursor. I am going to add on-click event listener on those columns. Okay, maybe not all of them, but I'm going to do this for all of them right now, and then remove for the columns on which we don't need. And then let's call the function sort changed. Okay, we're going to call that function. Actually, we are going to get an event and then call that sort changed. We can pass the event, but we don't care actually what's the event, right? No, we don't care. Let's save this. And what we do care is to pass the proper field names. Like for the first column, we're going to pass the ID. For the second, we are going to pass an image. But I think we don't need to implement sorting for image, so I can remove this. We need to sort them by name, by status, created it. This is going to be due date, and maybe that's it. Okay, I can remove this. I don't want to implement sorting by created by, and I don't want to implement sorting by actions, obviously. Okay, good. Now let's define this function, sort changed. So right here, const sort changed equals, we accept the field name, okay, and now we need to do the following. So we're going to check if the name of the field is the same as query params sort field. So this means that if the field is already sorted by certain that specific field. Okay, so if you are clicking on the name, we are checking if it is already sorted by name, then we just need to change the direction, reverse the direction. Okay, so then we check if query params sort direction is ascending. Okay, then we're going to set query params sort direction to be descending. Otherwise, we're going to set the query param sort direction to be ascending. Okay, this is good. However, if it is a different field, so if we are trying to sort it by a different field, then we're going to set query params sort field equals new field, and sort direction equals ascending. So by default, when we are sorting with a new field, the direction will be ascending. And finally, we are going to call that router get and pass the query params. Okay, great. Now let's have a look. Let's open developer tools just in case we have some errors. I'm going to click on name. Something happens. Okay, sort field equals name, sort direction ascending, and as you see, it looks like it is sorted. Let's set this status, which means that we are basically showing all the statuses, and we have now sorted. Great. If I click on name again, it should do the sorting by descending, and this looks also correct. If I click on status, this should do sorting by status. Okay, we have first completed and then everything else. If I click again, then we have all pending. So this seems to be working by created it and by due date. Due date ascending, due date descending. Okay, this looks good. So this is definitely working. But we need some kind of indicators that using which column the table is sorted right now. And I think we also don't have this table as a responsive table. So I need to scroll down. We have this table. Okay, and I am going to put this table in its own div, and let's give this div overflow auto. And inside, I'm going to put the table. Now here we have this horizontal scroll. Good. And down below we have this pagination. Okay, this is nice. Now we need to add this indicator using which column the table is sorted right now. So for this, I'm going to use hero icons. Okay, and I'm going to go onto hero icons GitHub page. And let's see, we are going to install this for our React. npm install hero icons React. Now let's click on this and bring up the terminal, one of the terminal you want, and let's execute npm install hero icons /react-s. And then we're going to have a look at the list of the hero icons. Browse the full list of icon names. Just click on this. It's going to give us the full list names, and I'm going to search for chevron, which is an arrow. If you want to see visually what icons are available, we can use heroicons.com. Oops, what's this? Heroicons.com. And we can see all the available icons. If I just type chevron, we can see that I want to use chevron down and chevron up, those two icons. And as you see, we have chevron down icon, and there will be chevron up icon. So this is what we're going to use. Okay, that was already installed. We need to go Vite, make sure that the Vite server doesn't break. Let's just stop this and restart, just in case. Whenever we install some new package, sometimes it doesn't detect that. So just to be safe. Okay, now we need to use these icons. Let's start with the, let's collapse this T-body, and let's collapse this T-head as well, which is the search, and this is our headers. And we have the sorting by ID as well, which we have not tested, by the way. Click on this, click on that. Okay, it works. Okay, let's use now chevron. I think the auto-completion doesn't work right here, but we're going to use chevron up icon, and we're going to use chevron down icon, and we're going to import them from package React. How we're going to import? Let's go back into GitHub page. I like this. So let's just write this. This is the Vue version, but it is this identical for React. Okay, anyway, let's put this right here. Hero icons, React. This 24 is just the size. We can use any size. I'm going to use 16. Hero icons, React 16, and we need chevron up icon, and we need chevron down icon. Cool. Now here we are using chevron up icon. Let's give it class name w4 with 4, and let's duplicate this, and we need chevron down icon as well. Now this is the ID column. Let's have a look. Now you see these two arrows right here. Perfect. Now let's give these th the following classes: flex, items center, and justify between. Okay. No, we're going to put these two icons in its own div. Now that's more like it. Okay. And I'm going to give the second one also minus margin top 2 to move this a little bit up so that these two icons are very close to each other. And I'm going to give also gap 1 between this ID text and the icons, just some space. This is it. Now I need to copy this We don't have this sorting for image, it is not sortable, but we can put this in the name. We can put this in the status, in the create date, and in the due date. And also we need the following classes: flex, item center, justify between for those sortable columns, for the name, for the status, for the create date, and for the due date. Let's save everything. Oops, what we did. Okay, let me undo the changes what I made. Okay, this is good. Let's now redo the changes what I made. I'm not able to redo the changes. Anyway, so we need those classes. So let's add these classes to the name. That's fine. To the status. Now, when I add this to status, what is going on? This flex and item center and justify between. Whenever I add this, to the status, something strange happens. Let's inspect this. One, two, three. Why is this down below? 5, 6, 7. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe I deleted something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is 8 there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, I don't know what is happening here. I think I know the reason why this is broken as soon as we add the flex, because each table header has its own display property given by the browser. As soon as we give it a flex, we are ruining it completely. So we should not give flex to the th. Instead, the ideal solution will be to create one extra div inside th and give all these classes to it. What if I get everything from here? Okay, then I'm going to create div. I'm going to give all the classes to that div, and then the name as well as the icon are part of that div. This is for the name. Let's see how name looks like. It is looking nice. Let's do the same thing for ID. Let's define this div and the closing section right here. Save that, but we can remove all the classes from this th. This is ID. I think this is looking good. Now we have the status. So let's get this div, remove all the classes from th, and wrap the status as well as the icons inside that div. This is status. Oops. This is the div. Get that opening. And we need that icons for the due date as well. So we can put this right here. And let's remove class name from the due date, from created it, and from, oops, I mistakenly almost closed this file. Okay, now look at this. So this is looking good. So we have these arrows, and I think we also need cursor pointer. So wherever we have this gap 1 here and here and here and here, yeah, and that's it. Yeah, we need to add cursor dash pointer, save this, and now we see the cursor pointer on the sortable columns. We don't have this on ID, which we need. Cursor pointer. Awesome. Okay, now whenever we click on the name, the sorting works. However, we need to also indicate that this is now sorted by that icon. And I think right now we have a lot of repeated code. Let me finalize this, and then we can try to improve it and make this reusable. Okay, but right now we are in the ID column. Okay, and whenever the current sorting is by ID ascending, I'm going to highlight this section. So I am going to change this into like this. Okay, so we have this class w4 plus I'm going to give it extra class, and that class will be if query params dot sort field equals ID. Okay, and if the query params dot sort direction equals ascending. So then we're going to give it text white color, otherwise we don't give it any CSS class. Now let's save this and click on this. Now look at this. The upper icon gets white, so this is an indication that this is sorted by ascending. Now we need to do the same thing. We need to preserve this minus margin top, so we can do like this, minus margin top 2. And if the query param sort field is ID and if the direction is descending, then we highlight that. Otherwise we don't add anything. Now if I click on this ID again, something happens. I think we need space here. That is. Okay, now we see arrow down below. Click on this, arrow up, click on this, arrow down below. Okay, and we need to do the same thing for all the other fields. But again, as I mentioned, so we have kind of a repeated code for every column, which is not ideal. If you're building something production ready, you don't want such type of repeated code for every column. And even if you are doing more and if you have multiple tables, you're going to have this repeated code across multiple tables. So what if we try to create a new component under component section and call this table heading .jsx. Okay, let's try to export all these things right here. So export a default function table heading. We're going to accept some props. Don't know what props we're going to accept yet. And we're going to return the following th. So I'm going to get the entire th for the ID. Okay. Put this right here. Save it. Now what variables do we need? Okay, so we need sort field, and we need sort direction, and we can call this table heading here, table heading, which needs to be imported, and it was imported, which is good. But we're going to pass sort field to be query params sort field, sort underscore field, and we're going to pass sort direction, which is going to be query params dot sort direction. Awesome. So we have those two fields, which we accept. So we can remove that. We can remove this. We are going to pass the name of the field, which we don't give. Name needs to equal, let's give it ID. I'm just thinking if this is going to be an optimal solution, but I think it's going to be okay, no problem. So we are going to pass the name, so we accept the name here. And then we're going to pass also whether this field is going to be sortable or not. We are not going to always render the following div. So sortable by default equals true. And by the way, the sort field and sort direction, we can give it default values. Then we're going to render this div only if that column is sortable. Okay, if this is sortable, we render it. If not, we don't. Good. And these classes can stay there no matter if it is sortable or not. We can leave this, but we have a name right here which we need to pass here. And in this place, we can just output children. Okay, now if we come here, we give it name. The sortable by default is true. We give it sort field and sort direction. And we output right here ID. And whenever we click, we need to call this sort changed. I think we're going to accept this sort changed right here as well, which we can specify that this is by default an empty function. Awesome. Now we can also pass sort changed. We can call this function sort changed. Now, what just happened? Go into projects. We have an error. Children is not defined. Obviously, we need to accept the children from the props. Reload the page. Now the error is gone. Let's go into projects. We do have this one more error. Chevron up icon. Yeah, that needs to be imported. So these are the icons, what we need to move into, maybe not cut right now, but let's just copy into table heading. And we need to put this right here. Okay, let's go into, we need these navigation icons for the mobile version as well to add there. But we have one more error. Chevron up icon is not defined. It is defined. Swear. Query params is not defined. Query params, where is the query params? Is it used here? Yeah, that needs to be sort field and sort direction directly without query params. Okay, we don't have any more error. The ID looks good. If I click on the ID, it is sorted by ascending. Click on the ID, it is sorted by descending. Okay, and now if we go in the project index, this is how our table looks like compared to this. And this is much larger, you agree. Okay, and now we can go ahead and duplicate this for the columns which we want to make sortable. Like we can put this right here and we can type name here and name here. We need to put this here, which is for the status. We need to put this here, which is going to be for created at. create date, and for due date. Awesome. So let's have a look. I'm going to sort by name. Let's reload. It is sorted by name ascending, but it is not white. Okay. Here's the name. Okay, so let's see what is sort field and sort direction. I'm going to put this output right here next to the children. Sort field and sort direction. Name ascending. Then if the sort field, here we have this ID. This is the problem. Instead of ID here, we are going to use name. And right here as well, instead of ID, we're going to use name. We save this, and now we see this properly. Let's remove the sort field and sort direction. Now this is sorted by name ascending. Now this is by descending. And for this status as well. Good. And just like this, we have implemented sorting our table by certain columns in ascending or in descending. Now I'm going to create the tasks table in a similar way how I created the projects table. I'm not going to implement every single feature on the tasks table what I implemented on the projects, but I'm going to just show you how you can have global tasks table for all tasks, but how you can also have tasks table for your specific project. So we're going to add a link right here. Whenever we click on the project right in this area, it's going to open the project details page, and there will be not only project details, but the tasks filtered for that specific project. Okay, and I'm going to create the tasks table, which will be a reusable table used for the all tasks as well as for the project tasks. And then on the tasks, you can implement the sorting and searching just like what we did right here. I'm not gonna spend more time on this because I think this is very familiar functionality already. But now let's go into views, resources, JS pages. And what I'm going to do is create new folder called task. Actually, let's call this task in singular. And I am going to copy this index.jsx from project into task and paste. Okay. Now let's open this task index and have a look. So we don't need this chevron up and down icons in the index.jsx of the task. Also, we don't need this in the project index.jsx. Let's close everything and focus on the tasks. So I'm going to search inside this file, uppercase project, and replace this with the task. Replace all. I'm going to search for lowercase project and replace this with lowercase task. So this is how I'm going to do. Okay. And I'm going to also search for uppercase, all uppercase project, and replace it with all uppercase task. Okay, good. Now I think there's no project mentioning with uppercase or lowercase in this file, which was copied initially from the projects. Now let's open task controller, go into index, and I'm going to also open project controller, and I'm going to copy this part and put this in the task controller, and let's adjust this. So first of all, instead of project, we need task model, which needs to be imported like this. So task query, sort field, sort direction, we need that. We can have this on the backend side. I'm not going to delete the request name as well as the request status. That's fine. Then what do we have? So we're going to have task index. We're going to pass tasks here. That variable needs to be called tasks, and instead of project resource, we're going to use task resource. Task resource. Does this task resource exist? Yes, it exists. Okay, and I think we also don't have project mentioned here, which is fine. If we open task resource, we need to implement this and return the proper information. So let's open project resource and copy a few things from here, everything from here basically. So ID, name, description, created at, due date, status. We need priority. We need image path created by. We need also assigned user information. Okay, good. And what else do we have? Let's open create tasks and table migration. Assigned user created by, updated by, and the project ID. And yeah, we need this project as well, which needs to be passed into project resource. So I'm preparing everything for the task resource. So this carbon needs to be imported right here. So we have this every field. The project is a relation into project, but we're going to return the project resource instance from here, which on its own will return the following type of object. Okay, we are doing the same thing for the assigned user, created by and updated by. However, the assigned user might not even exist. So maybe we need to do the following check. If assigned user exists, then we return the resource. If not, we're going to return null. Now let's open task.php and we need to define these relations. Okay, belongs. So we need project like this. We need assigned user, which needs to be related by assigned user ID. Okay, and we need also created by, and we need updated by. Okay, good. We have this task resource. Let's open task controller again. I think everything is good. We are returning tasks and query params. Now let's go into browser and click on all tasks. And here we go. It is working. We have all the tasks sorted by create date, I think. I think this filtering and the sorting will also work because we just copied everything from the projects, right? If I just reload, the images, not all the images are available. They are coming. Okay, let's try to filter. Pending, this is working. Okay, good. Yeah, filtering is also working. And if we just sort by ID, this is also working. So everything is working on the tasks. Now, what I want to do is to use that task index, that component inside the inner view of the project. Okay, so if I go in the project, I'm going to implement a link from here. Whenever I click on this, it's going to open the project details page, and I'm going to render the same table, this exact same table, but filtered by specific project. Now let's open project index file, index.jsx file, and I'm going to create link whenever we click on the name. So here we have this T-body, and here is the name. So whenever we click on the name, we are going to redirect to the project details page, project show page. So first, we're going to use this link right here. let's provide href. Root will be project.show. We're going to provide the project.id. This is the TD. I'm going to change this into TH. And also on hover, I'm going to give it underline. When mouse over, just give it underline to or user interface. Okay. And I'm going to give it also text white. Yeah, text no wrap as well. Maybe text just gray 100. Again, I'm spending time on UI things. Anyway, so now whenever I click on this, this opens the project details page, which right now doesn't exist. And we're going to create that. So for this, we're going to open project controller, and we're going to go into show, and we are going to return Inertia project/show, and we are going to pass the current project as a resource. So this is going to be new project resource, and pass the current project. Now let's go into resources, JS, pages project, and there I'm going to create show.jsx. Okay, awesome. Now let's export default function show. We're going to accept here project. We are going to return the following thing. So we need to use authenticated layout. So let's just use authenticated layout like this. Let's go into index and copy the layout related things. For example, we can copy user and header, put them here. We need to obviously accept auth because we are using it. This is going to be a specific project. So let's do like this. Project, and in double quotes, let's just type project.name. Okay, so we are going to also output head with the title, and the title is going to be this, so it's going to be the same. And then down below we are going to have a very similar layout, so I think I can copy almost everything. Maybe let's just copy, let's just copy these two things. Where's the table? So this is the table. Okay, let's just copy this part. Okay, this is the one ending div, this is the second ending div, this is the third, and this is the fourth. Good. Now this is show, project show area. Do I have anything missing? I think I don't. Now let's click on this, and this shows here's the project undefined, but here we see show. Why it is project undefined? Don't we pass project? We pass project from the project controller. Okay, let's print what is this project. JSON stringify project. It has data. Okay, what we need to do is go into project controller, and we need to disable a wrap. So on public static wrap equals false. Just like this, we disabled the wrap. Now this is the entire object, and here we see this project title. Okay, now we need to display the project details right here. Let's remove this pre, and this is the place where we are going to display the project details. So I'm going to have two such type of sections. One is going to be for the project details, and second is going to be for the tasks table. Okay, so here, let me actually copy and paste a couple of HTML part, because this is going to be full HTML. Okay, so this is going to be the project image. So here we have it. So it has a full width and fixed height and object cover. So this is how the image is going to look like. Then we are going to have outside of this div, I'm going to create one more div, and I'm going to give it the following CSS classes: padding, rounded, and PG gray, and text gray. So inside there, rounded should be only at the bottom. I think I don't need this, sorry. Okay, excuse me. So let's just forget that part, and I'm going to give this one different classes. Like, let's give it a grid, and I'm going to give it gap1, and I'm going to give it grid calls 2. Okay, and inside there I'm going to create two main divs. This is on the left side, and this is going to be on the right side. And on the left side we're going to have different sections. Like this div will have a label, and let's remove this HTML4, we don't need. Project ID is the label, and inside paragraph we're going to output project.id. Okay, and I'm going to give this paragraph margin top 1. I'm going to give this label font bold and text large. So let's save this and have a look. Project ID 1. Okay, good. Now let's give this div margin top 2 as well, to create some space between the image and this one. Good. And then I'm going to duplicate this, and we are going to output project name. And here we need name as well, but we're going to give this div margin top like 4 to create enough distance. So we have the project ID, we have the project name, and in this exact same way, I'm just gonna now paste a few more things. Like we have here, we have the status. So we output the project status. We simply output the project text from this project status text map, which we are using in this index table. So if we check right now inside the table in the T-body, let's collapse the T-head here and here, and in this T-body we have the following section, right? Just to output the text as well as the class. So actually what I pasted is slightly different because I developed previously slightly different. You can forget about this now, but this is the span. So I'm going to copy that span and I'm going to put this right here. So we have now project status with the correct badge, but these two things needs to be imported. So just make sure that this project status class map and project status text map is imported. Let's copy this section, and in the show, let's put this here. Now, this is the project status label. And now let's output dates as well. And I'm going to output, I think we need to output created by as well. So this is the status. Let's output created by. Project created by name. Here we see created by as well. And now let's output dates. So I'm going to put this, the second column, basically, I'm going to delete and completely replace it. And this is the entire column which I just replaced. Okay, you can go ahead and type this. So here we have the due date, we have the create date, we have the updated by. So we have everything. So I save this, and this is how it looks like. So we have every single detail about the project. The only thing what we don't have is the project description. So we have these two columns here, and this is the first column. Okay, just below that grid, I'm going to put one more div which has this margin top for the project description and the entire project description. So this is the project description. So we have every single detail about the project. However, I think we can move this image, this is the image section, a little bit up. Like this has padding 6, maybe we can put this above that. So we are going to have this nice image without padding, and then all the image, all the project details down below. And at the very bottom, we are going to have just down below, we're going to have the table details. I think we need to copy this entire section, like this entire section. Okay. And no, let me think. Yeah, I think we need to copy, and I'm going to paste this here, but obviously I'm going to remove most of the part. So this is the padding. Okay, I'm going to remove this, the project details. I'm going to remove this image, and this is the place, like this is the place where table goes here. If I save that, then we see table goes here, and this is going to be where tasks will go. However, how we can use this tasks table, which is actually a page. So it is a page component. It has its own layout, if we see, and its own head and everything. So we cannot simply use the same component inside project details, but instead we're going to create reusable tasks table component. So inside tasks, I'm going to create tasks table.jsx. Then from the tasks, let's get the table with its overflow auto, because that is the overflow auto is necessary for the responsiveness, with the pagination as well. Okay, so we're going to get this out from here, go into tasks table, and let's implement this. Export default function tasks table. We are going to accept tasks. I think this is the only thing what we need. And then we're going to return inside fragment. Let's put these two components. So we have the main div for the table and the pagination. Now, if we go into the tasks index, right here, we are going to use tasks table, and we're going to pass tasks. Now, let's see, first of all, how this looks on the global tasks page. It is broken. Let's see what is the error. Table heading is not defined. I see. So here we have table heading imported. We need to take this out and put this in the tasks table. I think we need to move a lot of imports, basically. So this is the table heading. If I just reload, I think it was fixed. Or wait, let's open developer tools and let's go into all tasks. So we have another error. This is query params is not defined. Okay, I think we need to accept query params as well. Query params right here, and we need to pass those query params as well. So let's pass query params, query params. We will have more errors, I'm pretty sure, and we just need to fix those errors. Sort change is not defined. Okay, so we have that sort changed here. On key press as well, we see that now this is unused. VS Code tells me that on key press is declared, but its value is never used. That's probably because we moved that into tasks table. So I can get this, the search field changed. I think this is also unused. So basically, I think I'm going to get everything from the tasks table. Like this. From the tasks index and move this into tasks table. Okay, but let's have a look. We have also unused imports. So those the pagination, for example, and the select input and text input were used inside the table, but now moved into tasks table. So we have to actually take those imports out, go into tasks table, and put them like this. Also, those statuses we need to put right here. And also this link and rotor. So I'm going to copy this line, delete link and rotor from here, go into tasks table, import them, and I don't need head, so I can remove head from here. Now, if we check tasks table and reload the page, we don't see any errors, and we see tasks table. Okay, let's test if it's working. Pagination is working. Filtering is working, sorting is working. So everything is working on the tasks table like it was working before. Now, if we go in the projects and click on a specific project, we're going to use the tasks table right here. So let's open this project show and let's use now tasks table here, but we are going to obviously provide tasks and query params. Do we accept tasks and query params? No, we don't. So we need to accept tasks here and query params. And I think also, let me close unnecessary things. I think also when we are like normalizing query params here, we can move these into tasks table. So we accept query params and we normalize them right here. By default, this can be null. Now from the show, we just take these tasks and query params and pass them right here in the new tasks table. Query params, query params. Okay, great. And we normalize the query params right here. The only question right now is to pass these tasks and query params to the show component from the project controller. So here we are only passing project. We don't pass tasks or anything like this, which we need to do right now. So let's take tasks equals on project, we can call tasks. Okay, and this is actually good. However, for the order by, yeah, I think we can use this order by as well. If we open task controller, we need this part. So I'm going to get this, grab this code, put this here. However, we need query. So what I'm going to do is just get this and call this query. So now on query, I'm going to add filtering and filtering by status, whatever. And then on query, I'm going to call order by like this with these fields. And then we're going to call paginate, and then we're going to call on each side. So I think that's identical. So the only difference actually is that how we're going to get this. So I'm going to get everything for what we have for the tasks. and this is how it's going to be. So the only difference is this line. So for project controller show, we're going to get the project tasks filtered by project. But for the task controller globally, we're going to get all the tasks. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to pass tasks here. Again, we can copy this part to pass tasks, and we can pass this same way query params. However, I think task resource is not imported, so hit the enter, and here's the task resource. Now this is imported as well. So this is the project show. We pass now tasks and query params. Now let's go into project, click on specific project, and here is the table. Here's the table for tasks of specific project. There's only 3 pages, which proves that this is filtered by project. Awesome. Okay, and one additional thing. Obviously, we're going to remove this margin top. It's too much. It's a visual part, but it's a very easy to remove. So let's just give it padding X12 maybe. What? Wait. No, padding bottom 12. Okay. One like a real world type of scenario will be that whenever we are displaying all tasks, we don't know which project specific tasks belongs to, right? So in ideal case, we need to display the project name as well in this case, so that to easily identify which project the task belongs to. And maybe we should have this filtering by project as well in this area. The filtering is something which I'm going to skip, but let's implement display the project name right here. So if we have a look in the task resource, let's open task resource. We are returning project for each task. So now if we go into tasks table, this is the table, we can actually add a project name here and display that. So like just before this name, I'm going to duplicate this, and let's call this project name. In terms of whether we're going to have sorting or not, I think we don't need to have sorting. Maybe we can should change this into th, like duplicate this line and call this project name. Yeah, let's remove this part, and let's scroll down below in the t-body area. We need to duplicate, create one more th for this filtering section as well. So let's make sure to have the same amount of th elements in the first th and the second th. Let's collapse this, and then I'm going to create right here, duplicate this, and output project task.project.name. So I save this, and now we see project name here. This is visible on all tasks, as well as if we go onto a specific project page, we see it right here as well. But we can hide that when we are on a specific project page. We don't need it. So how we are going to do this? We can simply add one more configuration, like prop in the tasks table, and let's call this hide project column. By default, it's going to be false, so we don't hide it. Whenever this is true, then we're going to hide it. So this is it. This th should only be visible if not hide project column. Like this. If not hide project column, then we're going to render this. Let's scroll down below. Let's expand this th. This is one extra th, so that is before the name, right? So this is the project name. So we are going to only display this if the hide project column is false, like this. And then we're going to only display this if hide project column is false. Awesome. And then from the project show.jsx, we are going to pass hide project column equals true. Now I save this, and now we don't see this project column when we are on a specific project page. But when we go on the all tasks page, we see the project name here as well, and the task name itself, and everything basically what we should see. Now let's implement creating new project. Let's go, let's close everything basically, and I'm going to open project index, and right here next to the h2 I'm going to create a link, and there's going to be a button like add new. Let's give it proper CSS classes. So those are Talon CSS classes, but I'm going to wrap this h2 and link inside either div or fragment, but I think I'm going to put this in the div. Let's give it class name, flex, justify between, and items center. And let's provide this link href. It's going to be root project.create. Now let's save this, go into projects, and we see this add new button. Whenever I click on this, it doesn't do anything because we don't return anything from the project controller create action. So let's open project controller and find this create action. We have the store, and this is create. Return inertia that's going to be project/create. Let's go into project, and I'm going to create create.jsx file. Export default function create. We don't accept any argument. We don't need anything. We can just return some markup, and we're going to use authenticated layout like this, and we're going to provide this user as well as the header. That's something is messed up like this. Okay, but this is the create, so we don't need this link. We need create new project title, and then we will need form right here. So let's copy this head as well as the template. I'm gonna put this here, and then we need this closing div tags, and this is going to be form. So I save that and click on add new. Something is broken. Auth is not defined. Okay, we're going to accept auth because we need auth every time we're going to pass this into authenticated layout. So why cannot we accept auth directly right here? Why are we passing every time user? we can simply accept this auth, can't we? We can, sure. We could do this. Anyway, so now let's click on this add new. We have this issue. Head is not defined. Okay, head is not imported. Here's the head. Now it got imported. And now we see right here form. And this is the place inside which we're going to actually render the form. In the create JSX, right here, let's define a form. HTML form tag. Oops, those are the CSS classes which we will need on that form. So I'm going to provide these CSS classes, tile1 CSS classes, nothing special. And inside there, we need the different sections for different fields. Like we need image path, we need the name, the description, status, and due date. Those are the main fields we're going to implement. We're going to also add on submit event handler on the form itself. And let's define now a div that's going to be a section for the project image. But before I continue right here, I'm going to define the Inertia's form variable, use form basically. So Inertia provides this for working with the forms ability. So we're going to use form, use form. Okay, that use form needs to be imported. And that use form accepts an object. So we're going to provide all the fields the form needs to have. Like we need to provide an image, we need to have a name, we need to have status, we also need to have description, and due date. Okay, so this returns form object. And let's destructure that form object and take out what we need. Like we need data. So data finally is going to be an object which contains image, name, status, description, and due date. So we are going to also have set data function using which we need to set the data. So we're going to also take out post, and that post is a function which we need to use to send the request. Okay. Additionally, we have more information like processing, for example, which indicates whether right now the form is in processing progress or not. We also have errors variable right here, and we can also have a reset function to reset the form completely. Okay, I'm going to define right here on submit function as well, which accepts an event, and we're going to call event prevent default. And then after this, I'm going to call post function, which is this post function, but I'm going to do post on root project/.create. Okay, and that post needs to know what is the data, what data needs to be passed to the server. Okay, and just like this, we're sending the post request on the following route, passing the data the form knows. Now the question is how we're going to populate that data. So this is the data, and this is the set data function which we're going to use to populate this. Let's scroll down below, and this is one div. So I'm going to create now input a label, which is the component which comes with the Laravel Breeze. Okay, that input label has HTML4, and we need to provide an ID right here. Let's just provide project image path. So this is the first property, and I'm going to provide also the value, which is the actual label text, and that's going to be project image. Okay, cool. Now let's use the second component, text input component, and both of them, input label and text input, needs to be imported. Okay, make sure that they are imported, otherwise you're going to see an error. Okay, then we have this text input, which has more fields. Like we need to provide ID, which needs to be the same thing what we provide in the HTML4. Okay, good. We need to provide type, which is file in our case. We need to provide name, which is going to be image. We need to provide value, which is going to be data variables dot image. So this is the thing. Okay, and we're going to provide also some additional class names, like let's give it a margin top 1 and block and w full. And on change, whenever this is changed, so we get the event and we are going to call set data. We're going to pass the first argument in the set data, the field name image, and we're going to pass event target dot value. Okay, let's save this and have a look. So this is our input. However, we have so many HTML elements. I think we don't need this outer div. Okay, nice. So this is the project image, and we need now the same thing for the project project name, the project description, input, and status. I think we also need to display the validation errors. So I'm going to use, it's called input error. This is a ready component which comes with the Laravel Breeze, again, input error. And this input error accepts a message, and we're going to pass errors dot image in this case. And we can provide the class name as well, margin top 2. Okay. So since we have this ready, now I'm going to copy and paste this similar thing for the project name. And I'm going to obviously explain this. So this is the project image. So let's collapse this. I'm going to paste the project name here. This is the div. It has just margin top to create distance between the image path and image name. We have the same input label. We have the input text right here. We have the name. We have the ID. We have everything similar, except this is focused. Whenever we give this true, by default, this is going to be the field which will have focus. In the set data, we pass a name and the value. And inside the input errors, we have this errors.name. If we save this and have a look in the browser, we're going to see project name right here. And whenever we reload this, the focus is inside the project name. Okay, this is what this is focused basically does. So in the same way, I'm going to now collapse this and paste the project description. The only difference is that we have text area input, which is a new component which I am going to define right now. But imagine that this is a text area, everything is the same. Okay, HTML4 value, ID name value. On change, we do this, and input error has the errors description and margin top. Okay, now let's create this input text area. We're going to do this under components. Actually, let me copy this text input and call this input text text or input, or what was the name? I just forgot. Text area input in the components. It should be text area input. Okay, here we need text area input as a name. Type text is not necessary. Here we don't need type, we need text area here. And I think we can leave everything. We can obviously output also children here, because this is a text area, it might have some content inside. So let's accept children here. Now let's go in the create JSX. and this input, text area input, needs to be imported. Text area input, okay, that was imported, awesome. So if we save this now and have a look in the browser, we see the project description as well. Awesome. And now I'm going to copy and paste the other two fields as well. So let's paste both. Let's collapse the last one first. So this is the project due date, project deadline. So this is everything what we have. So it's very identical. You can pause the recording and just type this. I just want to reduce the total video duration, because the larger the video gets, the more complaints I actually get. So yeah, this is very repetitive thing, and I'm going to try to also speed up and save my time as well. But you can just pause and type this. I was actually going to pause this, but I'm just trying to save my time. And if this is something annoying, please let me know in the comment section as well. Just I'm trying to save some time for me as well while doing the repetitive things. Okay, if you have any questions, again, just ask in the comment section. But I think this is very, very identical what we have already done. Okay, so collapse that part. Expand this. So we have the project status, we have the select input, which we have already used in the table for searching. Okay, we give it name, ID, status. On change, we set the status, and we have these 4 options. Here we can also give it text, please select status, or just select status. Okay, awesome. So we save that and have a look in the browser. We have some error. What is the error? Select input. Okay, so this needs to be imported. Okay, it was not imported. Sometimes it is imported, sometimes it is not imported. Select input. Let's hit the enter. No, it is not imported. So in this case, either you have to type this manually, this import, or what I found that if you start typing select input, hit the enter, then it does the import. Here's the select input, okay? Then I can delete this. So this is already imported. Reload the page, and we see this project status. And finally, we need button. We probably need 2 buttons. Let's collapse that. We need, let's create one div. I'm going to give this margin top 4, and I'm going to give it also text right, and let's give it 2 buttons. Okay, one for the cancel and second for the add new. So I'm going to use a link for the cancel button. That's going to be Inertia.js React link. Let's write text cancel inside. Let's provide class names, title and CSS classes, and let's provide inside href root project.index. So we're going to go back into project list, okay, whenever we click on cancel. As for the button, it needs to be a regular button, and we're gonna give it the following classes. So BG Emerald 500, some horizontal padding, vertical padding, text white, rounded shadow, transition, and on hover it changes the color slightly, and that's going to be submit maybe. So let's have a look. We have this cancel and submit buttons. That is great. The cancel button is a little bit smaller in height because this is a link, this is submit. We can give them both the same text size, like text SM, for example, and height 8, just as an example. It is too small, height 16. That doesn't work for this link because it is actually inline element. So I think we need to provide inline dash block here. Now this is how it works. Yeah. Okay, let me just undo this. not minor things. You can figure this out. I'm just trying to focus on functionality. And now whenever I hit the submit button, it should make the post request sending all that information. Okay, let's just provide project name, some test description. Let's provide date and the status. And now I'm going to, before I submit this, I'm going to go on the backend side, go into project controller. I'm going to close everything basically except that create. So let's open create.js and open project controller. And let's go into store. And this is the store project request is the one which we need to take care of. Inside authorized, for now, I'm just going to return true. And inside rules, we are going to return what rules do we have. So I'm going to make name to be required, and it needs to have maximum 255 characters. So then we're going to have description, which needs to be string. We're going to have due date, which needs to be nullable, so it is not required, and it needs to be valid date. And we have status, which is required, and it has rule in. And I'm going to provide what options it might have. Pending is one option, in progress is second, and completed is the third. Okay, and you can create also enum out of these values and provide enum rule, which is probably best solution. And I really encourage you to do this, but I'm going to leave this because I'm trying to focus on different things in this tutorial. So illuminate validation rule. This is what we need to include. Okay, now if I go in the project controller, I have my request class ready. So if I go into project controller and I'm going to get all the data from project, not the project, but request validated data. Then I'm going to just dump and die. Let's save everything. And I'm going to also open network, clear it, and hit on submit button. Now let's see. Post method is not supported for road project create. Supported methods get, head, put, patch, delete. Okay. Project create. Maybe this needs to be project store. The root needs to be project store, because I think the create is just to render. Yeah, I think so. So if I click on submit, now we see that. Awesome. So we have name, description, due date, status. Awesome. So we have every information what we need. And we also need to define image. Image needs to be a valid image. I think we need to specify also nullable. So we save that. Let's choose an image. Click on submit. Image field must be an image. Why this is not an image? I think we need to check the validation part of the Laravel. And let's search for image. Okay, the file under validation must be an image. JPG. Okay, what do we send? Okay, we're sending this as a regular string. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, let's skip that part and we can come back to this. First, let me just create the project without the name. Okay, project name, project description. Then we can choose some date and status. Okay, and whenever I hit on submit, we get the whole data. Now, let's go in the project controller, and I'm going to open project.php file, and we need to provide fillable right here. Okay, protected fillable. Let's define all the fields. We have, what do we have? Image path, we have name, we have description, we have status, we have due date, we have created by, and updated by. Do we have something else? Let's check create projects table migration. Yeah, I think we have just provided everything what is available in the project. And then let's call project create, passing the data. This is going to return created project, and then we can return to road. We can redirect user to road project.index. Okay, once the project is created, we redirect user to project index page where the new project will be available. So let's close this. I'm going to click on submit, and let's see. We don't provide created by, which is required. Okay, so we can add this created by right here. Data created by is going to be auth ID, and updated by, now we need to import this auth facade, and updated by is auth ID as well. So let's close this and click on submit. Okay, project not road, project not defined. To road, here we just need to provide the road name. Whenever we have this to road, we don't need to actually pass the result of the road function, but this accepts a name. I think the project was created because the error was right here, so I think that completed successfully. Let's check. Let's create project 2 and hit on submit. Now look at this. So 2 projects, pending statuses, project 1 and project 2. Those are the one what we just created. Now let's display also success message when the project is created. Let's go into controller, and whenever we are about to redirect user to a specific page, I think we can provide with as well, with some session name, like let's give it success, and then the message, project was created. However, we need to get that success message and use that into a different place. So we are redirecting this into project index. Then right here in this index, we are going to pass success, which will be session success, whatever name we gave right here with this session name, session variable name, then we take that success. So now if we go into project index, and we are gonna accept right here success. So this is the success variable, and we can display a success message right here. For example, div class name bg emerald 500, padding y2, padding x4, text white and rounded, something like this. And we're going to output the success, but we're going to only show this if the success variable is available and if it's there. So I save that. By default, let me just show this all the time, just to see how this looks like. and we can type lorem ipsum here. Okay, this is the message which we should probably put maybe here or maybe here. I don't know. Let's put this here and give it also margin bottom. Margin bottom 4. Cancel. So yeah, that's fine. And we're going to only display this if the success variable is there and if it's available. Like this. Okay, now let's click add new. I'm going to create project 3, some description, and let's provide in progress status. I'm going to click on submit, and we see we should have seen success. Save, and we see project was created success message. Now let's take care of file uploading. So whenever we choose the file, I think that file is not properly set inside the data. And the reason, let's close the index, let's close the project, migration, and right here. Okay, so this is the input, this is for the name, this is for the file. We call set data image event target value. Event target value is something we don't want. We want event target files at 0. Okay, and then when we print data image, we should see that. Let me just test this. Data image. What is data image? Open developer tools, reload, choose an image. We see this error. Okay, we are not able to print that, but I think now the data has the image inside. So if I just choose image, yeah, we also don't need to provide the value. So this is something we need to completely remove. Just like this. Now we choose an image. The image is there. Let's provide name, description, and some status. And I'm going to also open network, clear, and hit on submit button. So I'm curious if the file was given. It doesn't show the payload what we just passed because the request completed successfully. This is sometimes how Google Chrome displays that information. Anyway, so we're gonna go into controller store and we're gonna get the data and we're gonna dump the data in die. So now whenever I'm about to add new project, click on submit. Description field must be a string. Okay, this is something we need to fix as well. The description needs to be nullable. Click on submit. And now look at this. So we have this image which is uploaded file. Awesome. Now we need to take this image and save on the file system and then return the proper URL. So let's get the image from data image if that exists, otherwise we're going to get null. Once the project is, or before the project is actually created, so if the image exists, we're going to save that image. So image, that image is basically uploaded file. Illuminate HTTP uploaded file. So I'm going to add an annotation right here. So variable image is uploaded file. Actually, my PHP Storm always understands this, but the VS Code doesn't have that great support for these doc blocks. And whenever I mouse over on this image in PHP Storm, it understands that this is an instance of uploaded file. Now, maybe we just need to provide the fully qualified name, which will be illuminate HTTP uploaded file, but I doubt it's going to work. Illuminate HTTP uploaded file. Okay, anyway, so on that image, we're going to call a save. I think I'm going to call store here and provide the path, and the second option can be a disk inside which I'm going to store this. So this is the project image. So I'm going to store this under project dash, maybe provide the project ID, but I think we don't have the project ID yet because the project is not created. So I think we need to generate a random string and put that inside. Okay, inside project folder, then I'm going to use str facade, generate random string. str. That str needs to be imported. Let's use illuminate support facades, or it's a helper. Illuminate support str. This is it. And this one has, I think, random. Yep, it has this random function with the default 16, so it generates random string. So down below, where is it? Where is that store? Here. So str random is the path inside which I want this to be saved, and the disk is the public. So I'm putting this, so this is going to return path, which I'm going to put inside data image path, just like this. So if the image exists, I'm saving and updating data with the image path, and then image path will be saved in the database. The only thing which I haven't done is link the storage into public. So let's execute PHP artisan storage :link. So now the link has been connected. So public storage link has been connected into storage app public. Okay, this is good. And now let's try to upload an image. Yep, I'm going to click on submit, and project was created. So the image is broken. Something was saved in the database. Okay, the image is broken. We're going to see if the file is available on the file system now. It should be under storage app public. Under project, this is the image, and this is great. So the only thing what we need is to properly return this image path. And we're going to do this in the project resource. Whenever we are returning image path, we're going to check if the image path exists. We are going to use storage facade URL and pass this image path. We're going to pass this here. If the image path doesn't exist, we're going to return empty string. So let's move this down. And just like this, I think we should see This is our project image. Everything else now will be broken because those are full URLs in the database, and that's totally fine. Finally, at some point we wanted to delete them. But right now we have possibility to upload image on our project as well, which is awesome. Let me create one more project. So let's choose this one. Lorem ipsum, some description, provide project deadline, and it's going to be completed. Okay, this is the new project completed. The deadline is correct, everything is correct. Just like this, we have implemented creating new project. If we go inside, we're going to see the project details, description, everything basically. What errors do we have in the console? Those are related to images, which we can fix. The tasks table is empty, and in this case you can just display a text that there are no tasks if the tasks data does not exist in the tasks table. You can easily do that. Now let's start working on updating the project details and deleting project. Let's go into project list and let's implement delete first, because this is always very easy to implement. Let's go into project index, and at the bottom we have this delete, which actually redirects into destroy. I'm not sure if this is called destroy, but this is not going to work. So if I click on this, it opens project details page. Yeah, so we need to change this into maybe a regular button, and whenever we click on this, we're going to call the function delete project. Now let's create that. Const delete project. That equals something. So first, let me ask the confirmation. If window confirm, are you sure you want to delete the project? Okay, if this is false, then we are going to return from here immediately. Okay. However, if this is true, then we're going to proceed, and I'm going to use rotor and delete and pass the root, which will be project destroy. I think this is called destroy, and we're going to pass the project ID as well. We're going to see the project needs to be accepted right here. Project. So let's check this delete project. On click, we're going to get an event. Then we're going to get just call the delete project, and we are going to pass the project. Let me save this and have a look. So I click on delete. Now those buttons are not next to each other, which I'm going to fix. Text no wrap. Okay, I'm going to click on delete. It gives us the confirmation. I'm going to click OK, and something happened. I think the request was sent, just the backend doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, the backend doesn't do anything. So let's go on the project controller and find that destroy. We are going to get the project delete, and then we're going to return to root project.index, and with the message project was deleted. Okay, cool. Now let's click on this, click OK, and we see project was deleted. I'm going to click delete again, and we see project was deleted again. Let's just output the project name as well, which project was deleted. So name equals project name, and then right here, let's use double quotes. Project name was deleted. Project test was deleted. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Now let's focus on the editing part. So whenever I click on edit, it should open the project edit page. For this, let's come right here and we are going to return Inertia project/edit, and we are going to pass project resource, new project resource, like this. Semicolon is missing here. Okay, now let's go into project folder, and I'm going to duplicate this create.jsx, and I'm going to call this edit.jsx. Now, what do we have? So we're going to accept project here. Then I'm going to take this project and output project dot whatever is this. Project dot name. If that doesn't exist, then we can take the empty string. However, we need image path as well. Image path will be project dot image path or empty string. Okay. Then right here we need the message edit project.name. Good. Now let's have a look on in the browser. I'm going to click on edit here, edit project name too. Let's put this in the double quotes. Okay, nice. We have the information field. Just I want to display the image as well. I think I don't have a valid image. So let's create new project, test, and some status. Click on submit. Now this has the valid image. If I click on edit, I should display this image right here so that the user knows what's the current image, and then he can replace or she can replace if they want. So here we have this input for the image path, but I'm going to display a div, which I'm going to only display if the data dot image path exists. Do I actually need this image path inside the data? No, I don't need it. I can simply access the project image path. So I can remove these parts. Then right here, if the project image path exists, we can output that div. Inside there, we're going to have image project dot image path. It's going to be the source, and I'm going to give it also, well, let's give it class W64 maximum. Okay, this is it. This is it. Let's give it margin bottom 4, not top, but the bottom. So this is the current image. Now whenever I'm editing the project, I know that this is the current image, and if I'm gonna replace it, this is what's gonna be replaced. Awesome. Let's go in the project controller, and I'm gonna update this update project request. So we're going to return true from here. And I'm going to actually copy these store project request rules and put this in the update project request as well. We have name, image, description, due date, status. Let's import this rule, illuminate validation rule. And yeah, that's it. So then in the project controller, we get the project, we get the request, we get the project, and on the project, we're going to call update with the request validated. That's it. Once this is done, we can return to root project.index, and we can provide a message project, let's use double quotes, project whatever, project name was updated. However, we need to also handle the file, the upload of the file. So we can pass data here, and in a very similar way we are doing right here. So we can get the image. Let me copy this part. So here we get the image. We can also change the updated by. Then we get the image. We need to delete the previous image on the file system if that exists. So before I actually save this, I'm going to check if the current project image path, if that exists. Then I'm going to use storage helper, storage facade, on disk public. I'm going to delete project image path. So if that exists. And then I'm saving the new uploaded image into the public, get the image path, and update in the database. That should work. So let's have a look in the browser. Let's upload a different image. Before I do this, let's check in the storage. How many files do we have? We have 3 files. Okay, which one is this? This is called .9. This is it. So I think I can delete this and this. Okay, and now this needs to be deleted and the new one needs to be created. So let's choose. I'm going to choose this one. I'm just changing the image. I'm just going to leave everything. Hit on submit. The project was created. Okay, I think I missed something. In the edit JSX on submit, we are going to send the request on project update, and we're going to pass the project.id. Yeah. So we just created a new image, which is fine. New project, and let's check the storage. Now we have 2 folders right there. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to update the first one. Let's update the image only and click on submit. Post method is not supported. Okay, I see. We should not make post requests. We should make put request. And right here, we need to take put as well. Okay, good. Let's close this, and I'm going to hit on submit. And now see project test was updated. And if we check on the file system, we see still we still see 2 folders there. Was the image updated? Oh, let me actually delete this one. Yeah, whenever we are deleting the image, we need to delete also its storage related image path. So if we go in the project controller, I'm going to copy this part. If we scroll down below, before we delete that, or maybe after we delete that, we need to check if the project image path exists. We need to delete this as well. So if I delete this one, project test was deleted, there's only one. Also in the storage, there should be, yep. Yeah, the image was deleted, there's empty folder, and this is still available. Let me delete this one as well. Okay, now this is also empty. There are empty folders. I think we should delete those empty folders as well. So I think we just need to delete dear name of that image path. So it's gonna delete the entire folder in this case, I think. So I think I can manually delete this folder and not this, but this. Okay, good. Let's edit an existing project and add an image. Click on submit. Okay, now we see this error. Project name is required. The name field is required. What just happened? Okay, let's just hit the submit again. Name field is required, status field is required. We are sending put request. Okay, I'm just curious, what data are we sending? So this is the update. We are going to print all the data. Okay, it does not come here. Update project. So it doesn't send anything, right? So if it doesn't send anything, then the validation is failing. Okay. Let's just print what is the data. JSON stringify. What is the data? We have the project name. We have the status. Undefined. Project name, status, description. Why do we get this name field is required? So in Google Chrome, I don't see what request data is sent when the response comes with the redirect. I don't see that. So I'm just going to check this in Firefox. I opened the Firefox and checked this here as well, and I discovered that the file name is passed, as well as the whole data, like the status and the name, everything is passed, but for some reason I was still getting the name field is required. And then I remembered that in Inertia, or in Laravel basically, if you are doing a file upload with the put method, you need to do it slightly differently. Okay, so we have to provide right here underscore method to be put you can't actually do file upload with an actual put method. So you have to provide method put, but you're going to still use post from the use form and post from here. Okay. And now if I go in my Google Chrome and open an image and click on submit, the project image 2 was updated. And we see that the image is right here, and we can check the storage as well. There is only one image at the moment, and now I'm going to replace this. This is the preview, and I'm going to replace this with another image, and I'm going to click on submit. Project name 2 was updated, and right here we see only one file. The folder was remained, which we can fix if we just go in the update, and instead of deleting the image path, we can use delete dir name of the image path. If that exists, we're going to delete the entire folder. And now if I delete that empty folder, then there's one folder inside there's the file. So I'm just going to hit edit. I'm going to replace this, click on submit. I see the replaced image, and on the file system I also see there are two images. My bad. Right here I think we need to provide delete directory. Delete is for the file. We need delete directory, and we need the same thing for destroy as well. Let me just delete. Which one is the latest one? This is the latest one. This is not. So let me delete the old one. And this is the latest one, which should be deleted, and the new one should be created. So I'm going to hit on edit, upload something new, click on submit. It was updated, and here we see also the new one, updated one. And just like this, we have implemented deleting and updating our projects. Now, let's start working on creating users, and later we're going to implement assigning users to tasks as well, and filtering tasks by a specific user. Let's open VS Code, and I'm going to give you now a quick tutorial how you can convert your existing CRUD type of application into another CRUD type of application very easily. This is my approach, generally what I do. So we have existing projects CRUD with table, add new, edit, and delete. Everything is there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go under resources, JS, pages, and project. So I'm going to copy entire project folder and paste right here, but I'm going to call this user. Okay. Then I'm going to search inside the user folder using Control, Shift, and H. Okay. We're going to search for every uppercase, the first letter uppercase project mentioning. Okay, but we're gonna filter that under specific path. So we're gonna do this inside this user folder, not anywhere else. I don't want to globally replace project with user, but I want to do this only under resources /JS/ pages/user. Okay, this is the folder, and as you see, all the matchings right now will come from that folder. So I'm going to search for every uppercase P project, replace this with uppercase user. Okay, let's go ahead and replace 25 occurrences. Fine. Now let's find a lowercase project and replace it with lowercase user. Okay, let's do this replace. Then let's search for uppercase project and replace this with uppercase user. We are not going to use that part, but still I'm going to replace every project mentioning. So I'm going to do this. And now let me disable this case sensitive search and search for project. Project is not mentioned in this resources, JS, pages, user folder anymore. So our views are almost ready. We just need to have a look and remove additional columns which we generally don't use. Okay, let's scroll down below, find the table section. This is the table heading. We don't obviously need all the columns, so let's go ahead and fix them. So this is the ID. Okay, let's leave the ID. We need the name. We don't want status for the user. Maybe we want email, so I'm just going to call this email. Created when the user was added. Okay, let's leave this created. Due date is something we don't want, we can delete. Created by, we can delete. And actions, we just need to leave. Okay, let me do an overview. The image also is not necessary, so I can remove that. Okay, so now we have the following columns. ID, name, email, created it, and action. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 total columns. So this is the search section. We're going to leave the search by name and email, maybe. So the first one is for ID. This one is for the name. So I'm just going to delete the one and leave empty for ID. Now this is for the name. Placeholder is actually user name. That's the correct one. Previously it was called project name, but because we replaced that, now this is called username. Okay, here we have the status. I'm going to call these. Okay, let's change this select input into text input. This is going to be user email. Here we need email. Here and here we need email. Okay, good. Then I think we need totally 5 columns. So let me count that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is extra. I can delete that. Now, as for the TD itself, we just need ID. We don't need image. I can delete that. We need the user name, clicking on which it shows the user show page, which I think we don't need. So we can just display the user name without the link. And yeah, I think we can leave that. No, we don't need hover underline, but we can leave this text gray and text no wrap. Fine. Then we have this status area, which I'm going to just replace with the project email. Then we have created date. We don't need due date. We don't need created by. And this is edit and delete section. Okay, I think we have this main table ready. Now let's open project controller, and I'm going to open user controller. Okay, I think we need most of the things from the project controller. So I'm going to start with the index. So let me copy everything into user controller index. But again, we're going to search for all project mentioning. Let's search for uppercase P project. Replace that with user. Lowercase project. Replace with user. Okay, we just need to import this user resource. Fine. And the user model needs to be also imported, which is imported by default. Okay, so I think now this part is ready. So we are sorting this by create date. We have the name. I think we need right here email, filtering by email. So I can delete this because the status is by exact matching, but we want matching with like. So I'm going to do like this. User index query param success. Okay, everything is, I think, good. Now let's go and click on users. Okay, probably we have some error. We're going to quickly fix that. So those are the broken images, no problem. Let's clear this, click on users. Okay, there are no such exports in the constants, which is good, which is correct. We need to completely remove that part. Select input, we can remove this as well. Now we save this and click on users, and we are redirected to the users page. Okay, this is good. We have only one user at the moment. Now let's take care of the user create. Before I click on this button, let me go into create, user create, and we're going to adjust this. So we don't need image, we need name, we need email, we need, I think, password, we need password confirmation. That's all what we need. Then let's scroll down below, create new user, that's the title. Okay, fine. Then we have this image path is something we can delete. Then we have this username, fine. I want to duplicate that username, but now I'm going to call this email. So here we need email, 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 email. Okay, all these places needs to have email, and here we need also email, and we need password and password confirmation. So let me delete this. This is a text area. I can delete that. This is the due date. Let me actually delete this as well. This is the status. I can delete this as well. Okay, let's add 2 password fields. Control V. This is the password, and this is going to be the password confirmation. Let me collapse now all of them. So this is name, this is email. Now this is going to be password. So let's just change this into password. This is the label, and the below one we're going to have password confirmation. So let's replace here and here password confirmation. The type needs to be password, and the placeholder needs to be confirm password. Okay, fine. Then we have the submit and cancel buttons. Now let's click on this add new. It doesn't work. Click add new. Okay, I think we don't return that. So let's go in the project controller. Let me collapse this and find this create. I'm going to copy, go into user controller and return user create. Okay, save that, reload, click on add new, and this is the create new user section. We're going to provide the name, email, password, and password confirmation. The focus is on the last one, which is something we need to remove. So here is the is focus true. I'm going to remove this from the password confirmation, remove this from password, and remove this from email as well. So the focus needs to be on the name. Now let's implement a saving of the user. I'm going to copy that part from the project controller, go into user controller, and paste this. And let's have a look. We don't need image, so I can completely remove these image related sections. This as well. Image doesn't have created by and updated by. I can remove this as well. We're going to execute user create, and then we're going to redirect into user index, and user was created is going to be the success message. And let's go into store user request, and this is something we are going to work on. So let's define rules. We're going to have the name to be required and string, and now let's give it max 255. Then we have email, required string, and it needs to be valid email. And we're going to have password, which needs to be required, and it needs to be password. So we're going to use password validation rule for that. and that is going to be imported. But does my VS Code automatically going to import that? No, it does not import that automatically. Or here it is, password. Okay, so this is going to be the Illuminate validation rules password. Then we are going to execute the minimum length needs to be 8, and it needs to have letters, and it needs to have symbols as well, just to make this a little bit complex. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, and it needs to be also confirmed, so that the password confirmation needs to be there. Make sure that the password rule is imported, and we have this store user request ready. So whenever we save the user, it needs to be saved. The only thing is that we need to encrypt the password. So password needs to be bcrypt of data password, like this. So let's save this and have a look. Let's add new user, John at example.com. Let's provide some password and click on submit. Okay, I think I made a typo in the confirmed. It should be confirmed. Okay, so when I hit this submit button, it's going to take some time until this is processed. We can display loading indicator if we want, based on this processing right here. We can accept the processing flag. Okay, and that processing flag changes whether the form is in processing or not. I'm not going to spend time on this right now. But the user was created. We don't see this create date. For some reason, does the user have create date? Let's check the database migrations for the user. It has timestamps. Yes, it has created at. Okay, so I think we are using, I see. So we are using the user resource. And from here we don't return the created it. I think what we need to do is to create a different resource. So I'm just going to copy and paste this user resource, but this is going to be for the user CRUD. Okay, user CRUD resource, or maybe we can call this user CRUD resource like this. And then we're going to use user CRUD resource. First of all, we're going to return created it from this created it. Maybe we need to convert this into Carbon, new Carbon created it format. Okay, good. That's fine. Then we can go into user controller, and I am going to return the list of user CRUD resource. User, okay, I think the class name needs to be user CRUD resource as well. So let's go into user controller, and user CRUD resource needs to be imported. However, we don't need user resource anymore. Now this user CRUD resource will have created at as well. So if we just reload, we're going to see this created at. So what about searching? Let's type Zura. It finds Zura. Let's search for, okay, what do we return in the email? Let's search inside user CRUD resource. We return email. What do we output in the index? So this is search section, email. Okay, now we output the email, and if I type John, now it searches for the John. So searching also works. So now we have implemented create new user and searching for the user. Whenever we click on edit, we are gonna do this as well. So I'm just gonna open this edit, And basically, let me grab the form fields from the create. We are also not using the select input and text area input from here, so I prefer to remove them if I don't use. So if I scroll down below, these are my fields. So I am going to copy them. So these 4 fields, and go inside edit and paste them. So this is the, by the way, this is the pre-tag which we still output, which we need to remove. We're going to remove from project as well. So here, so these are the fields, the 5 fields. So I'm going to remove all of them and paste the fields which we have in the create. So now whenever we click on edit, actually we need to return that from the controller as well. So if we go in the user controller, and if we go into project controller as well, we need to take this edit and put this right here. We're going to have user edit, and this is going to be user CRUD resource. Obviously, we're going to pass right here user and user variable here as well. So now, if I click on edit, it's going to open the user edit page. However, again, if we go into edit, we need to adjust this part. So we need name, we need email, and that's it. So I'm just gonna describe password, but it's going to be always empty string, and I'm going to describe password confirmation as well, but it's going to be also empty string. The default values will only be provided for name and email. Okay, if I save this and reload, we should see this name and email provided. Why don't we see them? Let's see. Data name. Okay, let's print now what is the data. JSON stringify user undefined 2. Okay, yeah, I see. We need to open user CRUD resource, and we need to disable wrap. Okay, this is going to be public static wrap needs to be false. Now if I reload, we're going to see the name and email are provided. I can try to update the name, but we need to support the backend side as well. Let's go into edit, and I'm going to remove this pre, and I'm going to remove this pre from the project create or edit as well. I don't remember where we had that. We don't have in the project create. I think we have in the project edit. Pre. This is it. We need to remove that. Okay, nice. Now let's open project controller, and we're going to find this update section. I'm going to copy this part, then open user controller and find that update section and paste that here. Okay, so instead of project, we're going to have user. So let me search for all project mentionings and replace this with the user. Now, perfect. We don't need, however, the image section. I can remove this, remove that. We don't need this. I can remove this as well. However, I need to check if the password exists. So let me grab the password equals data password. Okay. If that doesn't exist, we can take this as null. However, if we get the password, then we're going to encrypt that. So data password is encrypted data password. Yeah, we can just pass the password right here. However, let me have a look. User was updated. That's good. If the password exists, we're going to update the password. Okay. However, we need to also write this update user request part. Okay. In this case, I'm going to have a look at the store user requests. I think I missed something right here. So we have this email required string and email, but we also need to provide that this must be unique among users table under email column, email. Okay, but yeah, that should be like this inside the store user requests. Okay, so let me copy this, go into update user request. In the authorize, I'm going to return true. Let me paste this here. We need this password validation rule. Fine. The password doesn't need to be required when we are updating. Okay. However, if it is provided, it needs to be confirmed. It needs to have this confirmation. However, in this case, whenever the email is provided, it needs to be unique among users' email, but basically we need to exclude the current user ID. So I think we can do this by just providing right here this ID at this part. Okay, so unique among users email column except that ID. So I think that should work. We can go now in the browser and just try to update the name, hit on submit. Email has already been taken. Okay. And password field must be string. Let's provide that the password can be null. When we are updating the user details, password can actually be null. However, this is the part which we are gonna check. So let me go into Laravel's official documentation, which I have opened right here so far. I didn't need that much. And I'm gonna search for unique table column. Okay, this is exactly how we want. Yep, forcing the unique rule to ignore a given ID. Okay, I think we can now use that. This is exactly what we want. So let me just take this out. The rule needs to be imported. Illuminate validation rule. As for the ID, I think we're going to have this ID. Required string. We don't need string as well. It needs to be email and unique inside users, but we're going to ignore that specific ID. Okay, let's see. Let's see that. So we're going to update this into John 2. So I'm going to hit on submit. Email has already been taken. Update user request. We send the update, right? Oops. I think we are not just getting this ID properly. So we're going to get the current user from the root. So I'm going to execute this, which refers to the request class. Okay, and the request has root and the current root name is the user, basically for the user restore. So this is going to be the user we are trying to update. And I think we can use this user ID, but just to make sure that we don't make any more mistakes, I'm going to dump what is that user. Let's click on submit. Okay, this is the user, exactly. So, and it has attributes. Yes. Okay, so we are updating the join user. So if I click on submit right now, and not null constrainable, okay. Aha, yeah. We are setting the password as empty string because that was sent from the request anyway, and it was received as null. So what we are going to do in the user controller is if the password exists, we're going to set the password like this. If the password doesn't exist, we're going to unset data password, completely remove that. Hit on submit. Now that's going to work, and we have John 2 right here. So if we are going to hit on edit, and we can provide new password. Click on submit. The password should also be updated. And if I try to log out and try to log in with the new password, that works. However, pay attention that the email verification is not completed when we add the user like this. Okay, we either need to send the verification email to the user when his account is added, or we have to automatically mark the user as verified. Okay, so in ideal case, probably we're gonna like when adding new user, we shouldn't even create the password for that user. So we should send an invitation to that user, and that user clicks on the link, opens that page and types his own password, and then becomes authenticated on the website and registered as well. But we're doing this in a simple way. So we're providing the password, and what we can do is just mark the user as authenticated. So we can easily add that right here after the validation is done. Email verified at is the current time. Okay, let's log out. I'm going to log in with Zura. Let me try to add a new user. Let's call this Mary. Oops. I'm going to hit on submit. And the Mary user was added. And what about the email verification? If we just log out and we just try to log in with Mary user. Okay. Okay, I think email verified at that variable was not, that didn't work. Let me check the user if we have this email verified at in the fillable, and I think we don't have, and that was the reason. So what we can do is set this email verified at, sorry. I did this during update. Anyway, it is not in this fillable, so it is not gonna work. Email verified at. So either we need to provide this in the fillable, or we have to do it in a different way. So in this case, I'm going to add this in the fillable. So we are doing this email verification slightly differently. If we search inside entire project, we're going to see that this comes from the profile controller, from the couple of other places like update profile information. And that happens, email verification happens during when the user clicks on the email, right? So it doesn't generally happen when the user is created. That's why it is not inside the fillable. So if we add this inside the fillable and then go into user controller, let me cut this from here and put this right here when we add the new user. So in this case, it's gonna work. So we'll log out. Let me log in with Zura. Go into users. Let's add second Zura. Hit the enter, user was added. And we can check this by Tinker as well. So let's see, what do we have? PHP Artisan, Tinker. and let's select user, everything from the user. Okay, we have several users. This is Zura, which has email verified yet. We have John too, which doesn't have email verified yet. We have Mary, doesn't have, and the last user, Zura 2, it has email verified yet. So now Zura 2 will be able to properly authenticate with the email and the password what has been provided. Okay, the only thing what I'm going to test is whenever the password is changed, does the authentication still work? So let's edit Zura 2 and provide different password from what I know. Click on submit. The password was changed. Let's log out. We need to log in with Zura 2. Let's hit on login. Okay, yeah, password was definitely changed. I can confirm that. And the user Zura 2 was able to authenticate. Okay, let me authenticate back with my main user. And we're going to implement user delete part as well. Let's go into project controller and copy that part from the destroy. Now let's go into user controller and put this right here. So now let's replace project with user. We can delete this image path. We just execute user delete and then user yeah, we just need to get the name. And the user Zura was deleted. Okay, let's delete John. User John 2 was deleted. Mary, user Mary was deleted. Okay, perfect. So I think we have implemented user's CRUD. Now let's start working on the tasks CRUD, and I'm going to do also copy paste in certain things, but I'm going to start in this case with the backend side. Okay, so we have this task controller and we are doing the following in the index, but I think we don't have implemented anything else, any other methods, right? So let me copy from project controller. Let's start with the index. This is the create. I'm going to copy. Let's put here. We have the store project. I'm going to copy this part and put this here. We have the show, which do we actually need show for the tasks? I think we can display show, or we can just use edit. It's going to be always editing. No, I think we need show. Okay, let's just copy this show part and put this right here. Let's copy edit. Then I'm going to do this replace. So this is update, and we have destroy. Now let me search for project, replace this with the task, not the user, with the task. Let's search for uppercase project, replace with uppercase task. And is there any more projects mentioned? No, I think there's no project mentioned in the task controller, which is fine. So I think we have this controller ready. We just need several imports, like this auth class, auth facade needs to be imported. This str needs to be imported as well. This is illuminate support str. Let's put this right here. What else? Storage. Okay, good. Now let's go into resources, JS pages and project, and we're going to copy create into task. We're going to copy edit into task, and we're going to copy show into task. Okay, now I'm going to do this global search and replace, and I'm going to do this under resources, JS, pages, task folder, and I'm going to search for project and replace this with task. But we're going to do this with match case. So lowercase project, replace with this with the lowercase task. There are 50 results. All of them are coming from resources, JS, pages, task. A lot of results, actually. Fine. Let's replace all of them and search for project with uppercase P, replace with uppercase T, task. And I'm going to search for also all uppercase project and replace this all uppercase task. Okay, that is perfect. Now we save this and have a look in the browser. I'm going to click on all tasks, and we have the following error. In tasks table, undefined reading, task name. Okay, I see the point. Task name. Okay, there was one case where the project was actually necessary in the tasks table. So if we're going to open tasks table and find this task name, so that is the place where the project was updated, and even the column was called hide project column. So I think in this case we just need to revert that specific part, hide project column. Let's replace that, and that should be task.project.name. Now let's see. Okay, so this is the global tasks table. Here we have the task name as well, which is, I think, the column name. Let's just replace this with project name. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Now let's add create new task button. So we're going to do this under task index, and we're going to put this right here. Let me open project index and copy this link. That's going to go into task create, and we're going to put this h2 and the link in its own div. So we're going to have div with flex, items, center, justify, between. I think the link is not imported, or what's the issue? Link is not imported. Yes. Link from Inertia.js. That link is not imported automatically, so we have to do this manually. Now, we don't see any errors in the console. When we click on this add new, it opens this task create page. Right now we have these columns for the project, but we're going to easily adjust this. I'm going to close everything because I have too many files. So task create, this is what I'm going to open. Then we're going to adjust this. So this is the path, this is the task name, we have the task description. Task has its own deadline. We have the task status, and now let's add a few more fields. Like we're going to have task priority. So let me search for the status into several places. I think I have small mistakes. So I can call this priority, task priority, but inside from the errors, we just need priority, not the task priority, because the column is called priority. Okay, so here and here we can call this priority, and we're going to have low, we're going to have medium, and high, and we need the proper values. Okay, good. What other fields do we have? Create tasks table. Okay, we need this assigned user ID and we need project ID, which needs to be dropped down. So I'm going to duplicate this and paste it 2 times. So the first one is going to be assigned user. So let's call this assigned user. In terms of the HTML4 and the ID, assigned user. Okay. So here we need to iterate over the users, the whole list of users, and basically assign a task to it. So we're going to do this. So at the moment, let me just leave one option with probably to do right there. We're going to implement this. Select user. Right here, we need to provide assigned user ID. That's correct. And here we also need assigned user ID. Now, and this is gonna be the project, or maybe we need to put this project even at the top. Task project ID. So this is gonna be the ID. The name again needs to be assigned user ID, but I think we don't even need names. I think we don't need names. Okay, we're gonna see. Then here we're gonna have project ID, select project ID, and again we're gonna render projects right here. So I will just leave to do here. Now, if I have a look, we have task image, name, description, deadline, status, priority, assigned user, and this is called task priority, but that should be project. And I think that the project should be at the top. So I'm going to cut this, and maybe we need to put this as a very first thing right here. So first we're going to choose the project, and we need margin top 4 here, and not on the first column, first div. First we need to choose the project. Select project. Image, name, description, deadline, status, priority, and assigned user. Okay, I think we have everything. Now let's open a task or store task requests. Now this is what we are going to implement with all the validation rules. Let me open store project request and copy things into store task request. We need name, image, description, due date, status. I'm going to duplicate the status, and this is going to be priority, and the rule values will be low, will be medium, and will be high, comma, here. Let's move this down. Otherwise it is not very readable. And this rule needs to be imported. Okay, what do we have? What else do we have? I think we have project ID. This is going to be required, and it needs to be unique among projects ID column. Not the unique, but exists. So it must exist in the project's ID column. If we check the validation rules, we're going to search for exist. Rule exists. Yeah, we can use this approach as well, or where's that exist rule? Why does this? Here it is, exists under table in the column, exists, that's correct. And we need also assigned user ID, which can be null. Assigned user ID, nullable, exist under users ID. Okay, good. Now let's test this. Let's go in the task controller. Let's provide, we have to choose the project, and we don't have that. Okay, we cannot test this unless we provide users and projects list right here. So in this create for the task, we're going to accept projects as an array, and we are going to have we're going to have users as well. We're going to also accept users, and we're going to pass this from the task controller. Let's open task controller and find create. Now let's select projects, project all, basically, and we are going to pass those projects under project resource collection of projects, and we're going to pass users as well. This is going to be user resource collection of users, and let's get all the users as well. Let's import this project model and user model as well. Okay, fine. So now I have these projects and users passed, but let me see what is the structure of these projects or users. So let's just print projects. Okay, it has data. Okay, it is under data. Okay, let's do like this. I'm going to scroll down below, find this project section. Here it is. And I am going to iterate over projects.data. And we're going to have each project. And I am going to return option from here. We are going to display project.name. As for the value, we are going to have project.id. The option needs to also have key, which is going to be also project ID. Now here we see all the options, and I'm going to go in the task controller and also order by name. So I want the projects to be sorted to make this easily accessible. Why is the order by not working? Order by name ascending. What's that? Why cannot I call all on this? Okay, so here I have all the projects. I can choose the one we want. We need to do the same thing for the users. So I'm going to copy this part, and this is right here. Paste. This is going to be user, and here we're going to have users data. So we have two users at the moment, and we can assign them. Okay, perfect. Now let's choose some task image. We are going to choose task name, some description. We can leave the deadline. Well, let's choose the status, priority, and I'm going to hit on submit. Okay, we don't have the fields inside fillable. So let's open migration, create tasks table, and I'm going to copy these fields and put them under task PHP inside fillable. Protected fillable. This is what I'm going to do. Now let's resubmit. Assigned user ID, null constraint failed. Is the assigned user ID? It is not nullable, I see. So the task needs to have user. It is required and mandatory. I see. So let's just make this as required from the store task request. Let's not make it nullable, and we're going to see the validation error. Let's provide it as required. Assigned user ID field is required. Let's choose something, click on submit, and I think the task was created. Let's sort the tasks by created at descending in the task controller. Created at descending. Okay, it is sorted by created at descending. Was the new task created? I have no idea. Okay, Okay, I think we didn't create any task. At least I don't see the just created task. Oh, here it is. So I was looking at this. Okay, here it is. So the task was created. However, the image is broken, and I think I know why. The image probably was updated in the database, was saved, but we are returning it differently. So I'm going to open this project resource and copy this part, go in the task resource and put this right here. So we need to use this storage URL to actually generate the URL for the task. So I save this, reload that, and now I see that this task image is there. Every other image is obviously broken, which is logical, but the task image is there. This is so awesome. Let's go into create for the task, and I am going to copy those fields and put them in the edit as well. So these are all the fields, and let's put in the task edit. Collapse things that here. So I pasted them, and we need these users and projects on edit as well. So we're gonna accept projects and users here. So let's open task controller and find this create. By the way, maybe we need to sort the users by something as well, like by name as well. Now let's take these both, everything, and put this in the edit as well. We only need to render this edit view, and we need to pass the task here. That's good. That's good. Now let's click on edit and see what happens. This is the task edit. The details are not provided. We need to open this edit, and we need to adjust these fields. Okay, what fields do we have to edit? We have the project ID. So let's start with, we need image, I think we need name, we need status, description, due date. Let's duplicate these few more times. We need project ID, we need a priority, and we need assigned user ID. Do we need something else? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we have everything. However, the field is not populated, and I think the reason must be in the task resource. We need to disable wrap. Public static wrap equals false. Now if I reload this, now you see that. So we have this image, we have the project is not automatically set. We're gonna see why, but I think most of the things are there. The status and the priority and the user are not set, and I think I know why. Because if we open edit for the task, we don't actually set them right here. Like we need to provide value with data project ID. If I provide that value, then what happens? Okay, it is not set. What about default value? Let me print what is data project ID. do we return project ID from the task resource? Now this is the question. We return project, but we don't return project ID. That's the issue. Project ID. This project ID. Okay, now what? Now it was set, and we see 25 here. I think we need to do the same thing for assigned user ID. Now, we don't see this because we need to provide still that value, default value or value. I'm going to provide value. Let's see. Yes, the project value is set. Let's remove that part. So we're going to provide this value for all the dropdowns which we missed previously. So even for the task status, we don't see the status. It is not set. So if I just provide right here data status, then we see now this is pending. If I provide this into priority, then we see this is low, and we provide it right here. That's going to be assigned user ID, and we see Zura right here. Awesome. Let me try to update the image into something else and hit on submit. Okay, we haven't implemented this updating of the task from the request class. Update task request. This is it. So we need to set this into true, and we have to define the rules. Let's search for update project request, and let me get everything. This here. Maybe I need store task request, and I need to get everything. So I'm just curious if there is any difference between the project store request and project update request, but I think there is not that big difference. So I think we can simply copy this from the store task request into update task request, which gives us the following rules. And if I hit on submit right now, it seems like updated. At least we see this updated image here. Let's click on edit and change the task name updated. Hit on submit, and we see the task name updated. Okay, this is great. And the last thing is to implement delete, which I think is kind of implemented. No, it is not. Let's see tasks table. I think this is it, and we have this delete, which we need to change into button. So let's open project index and see that delete button, which triggers the following function. So on click, we call this delete project. On delete project, we have the following, which I'm going to copy. Let's call this in the tasks table delete task. Let's remove this href. We need to define this delete task. I'm going to paste this delete project and call this delete task. So then here we're going to have task. We're going to call task destroy. We're going to pass task ID here, and the message needs to be changed as well. So now if I hit the delete, it gives us some error, but also the layout of these buttons text no wrap. This is what I'm going to give to the parent of this text no wrap. Okay, I click on delete. We see this error. Project is not defined. Okay, project is not defined. Definitely, it should be called task. Click on delete. Are you sure to delete this task? Click OK. And the task is gone. The task is gone. The message is not displayed because we don't have that part in the tasks table. But if I just take this part, if the success exists, and then we display this. However, we're going to put this in the tasks table. Okay, right here. We need to take that success and pass the into tasks table as a prop, like this. And we're going to do this from the task index. We're going to accept this right here as well, the success, and we are going to pass this into tasks table, that success variable. And we're going to do this from project show as well. We are going to accept that success, and we're going to pass this into tasks table. Now, whenever I am deleting new task, we see this not found. Okay, let me click on delete, click OK. I think that was deleted, however, I still don't see this message. Okay, what is this success? Now we need to print that success. Or can I always display that div no matter what's the success? So here it is. So I think this success was not passed properly. Let's go into project controller, into index. Here we're taking the success and passing into the view. I think we don't do the same thing in the task controller. Task controller index. Yes, we don't do this. Now we do this, and we need to do the same thing in the project controller. Project controller show. Here it is. We need to take the success message and pass it into the view so that this success message then comes into project show. We accept it as a prop right here, then we pass it into the tasks table. Now let's go into tasks table and remove this pre. So now if I delete a message here, I'm going to see task was deleted. In the same way, if I add new task, choose some project, choose some image, test, whatever. So I'm going to quickly fill up this. Click on submit. We're going to see task was created, and here is the just created task. Now let's create task details page. Whenever we click right here on this, whenever we click right here on this task name, it's going to open the task details page without editing functionality. Okay, that's going to give you the overview about the task in general. So let's go into, I think we already have that view actually ready. So what we need to do is implement this link. This is the project name, and this is the task name. Let's scroll down below into T body, and here is the task name, and let's put this inside the link tag, similar to how we have in the project/index. Let's search for where's that? This is it. Project show. Okay, so we just need to give it task show. Let's output task name, and let's give the following classes into th. This is actually th. So if I just change this into th and give the following classes: task show and task ID. So is this link available and imported? Not sure, but we're gonna see. Okay, here we go. I think we don't need no wrap because that is too much. But whenever we click on the task, it opens the task show page, which for some reason does not work right now. What's the URL? Task ID. Okay, tasks. It doesn't have tasks, which is logical. Let's go into task controller and see that show, and yeah, this is the thing. So we're going to simply render a single task without anything. So we copied this from the project show, and from the project we were selecting tasks and we were filtering those tasks, which we obviously don't need. So we just need to take the task and pass it right here. Everything else can be removed. Everything else can be removed. We need to do it like this. So if I reload and click on the task itself, this is, we have some error, I think. Okay, what's that? Aha, I see. So now we are using tasks table inside that task show, task/show. So we need to adjust this. This task table is something which is relevant for the project show, but not for the task show. We can remove that. And now this is the detail. This is the details page for a single task. We have task ID, name, status. We have everything except few fields which is only relevant for the task but not for the project. So we copied this from the project and we didn't have that. Like similar to how we have this task status, we need to have priority. So let me duplicate this, and this is going to be priority here and here as well. Priority, and here we're going to have task priority class map or text map. I think that needs to be imported if it is not imported. Okay, now we have this priority, and we also have assigned user information. Let's put this in the second column, and we have the project details as well. So let's duplicate this 2 times. We're going to have project. This is going to be task project name, and we can also create link from here into project like this. So we put task project name, and in the href we're going to provide root project show task project ID, and the link needs to be imported. And this is going to be assigned user task assigned user name. Okay, the problem is that the link was not imported, as it sometimes happens, so we have to do this manually. Now we have everything. We have everything basically, like created by, updated by, project, And whenever we mouse over on this project, it has cursor pointer, and whenever we click on this, it goes into project details page with all the tasks of that project. Maybe we just need to add, let's actually remove unused things. But maybe we just need to add the hover effect on this project, like maybe we can edit this right here, class name on hover underline, like this. But yeah, this is the task details page. Great. Now let's create my tasks page. So right here in this header navigation, I want to see all the tasks that are assigned to me. So those are the tasks generally in which I am going to work, and every user is going to check mostly his own tasks, her own tasks, whenever they are going to work on this. So in the navigation, we're going to add this, and we're going to filter this by the authenticated user. Let's start with the backend. In the task controller, on the backend side, I'm going to create a new function, call these my tasks, and we're going to filter the tasks by the assigned user ID. So let me actually get everything from the index. Put this right here. Task query, we're going to get the current user, which is going to be auth user. Okay, and then after tasks query, I'm going to execute where assigned user ID is the currently authenticated user ID. Filtering and everything, we can leave it. Then we're passing this into task index. That's fine. Now let's open web.php to add new root for this. Root get task my tasks, and we're going to use task controller my tasks for this. Let's give it also name task my tasks. Now let's also open authenticated layout, search for users, duplicate this nav link, and call this my tasks. This is going to be task my tasks. The root name will be this. Okay, now here we have this my tasks. Whenever I click on this, I get not found. Why do I get not found? Okay, why do we get not found? Let's put slash right here. Task my tasks. Okay. What if I return something from here? Does this work? No, it doesn't work. That is very strange. In the network, we see that task my tasks return. How is this possible? Is this handled by something else? I think yes. I think we should put this. Yeah, I know the reason. I know the reason. Basically, our resource controller. Okay, I'm going to explain this. Let's open this artisan. PHP artisan wrote list. So here we have this task and the actual task variable, okay, for the task show. But we also have this task my tasks. So the following route, which is defined before task my tasks, is catching this, and it is trying to match the task model based on my task's primary key, which obviously does not work. And that's why we have this issue. If I put this before this task, then it's going to work. I'm pretty sure. My tasks. Here we see 1, 2, 3. So if we go in the task controller right now, remove this 1, 2, 3, and click on my tasks, we're going to see all the tasks which is assigned to me. So if I edit this specific one and change its assigned user ID into Zura 2, and then log in with Zura 2, what's the password? Yep. Okay, then whenever I hit on my tasks, I see only one task. This is broken and really weird. It shouldn't be broken. We can fix this from the tasks table. We need to find span, and we need to give this text no wrap. This should not be broken. Okay, now these are my tasks for the currently authenticated user, and this is exactly what I want. So then I can work on the task, I can edit the task and change its status from in progress into completed once I complete that. And obviously it is going to be changed. However, when we do the update, we are redirected into all tasks. Not maybe ideal, but not a big deal as well. And we have this my tasks always there. Now I'm going to implement dashboard, and I'm going to show several key informations like the number of in progress tasks, number of pending tasks, number of completed tasks, and we're going to also show the latest top, let's say, latest 10 tasks assigned to me on the dashboard. So whenever I open the dashboard, I have an overview of those tasks, what I need to actually do. Okay, so let's go into, I'm going to actually create new controller, dashboard controller for this. So I'm going to close every file, and let's bring up the console and PHP artisan make controller dashboard controller. Let's hit the enter. Let's open the dashboard controller. Let's open web.php, and we are gonna change this function and use dashboard controller class index with the name dashboard. Okay, now let's go into dashboard controller and create that function index, and we can return the same thing. And let's actually replace this with function inertia dashboard, reload this, and we are good. Now we're going to select a couple of information like pending tasks, and this is going to be number of pending tasks. Okay, so task query where status equals pending, and we're going to call count. So this is going to be, and I'm also interested, like more generic information, how many pending tasks are there totally, as well as how many pending tasks are for me. Okay, so we can display this both information right now. So we can import first of all this task model. So this is going to display how many total pending tasks are there, total pending tasks. Okay, and we're going to have also how many my tasks are there. In this case, we're going to add extra where assigned user ID equals to user ID. Let's create user, which is going to be auth user. Okay, so total pending tasks, and this is going to be my pending tasks. And let's provide them. Maybe we can use compact. Total pending tasks, my pending tasks. Now let's go in the dashboard JSX, and we are going to create a couple of cards. Like this is one card. I'm going to duplicate this, but I'm going to give also flex and gap 2 so that we have these cards next to each other. Or maybe we can use grid, and grid calls 3 so that we have 3 cards. So this is going to be, let's use h3 pending tasks. Let's give it class text ember 600 font semi-bold. Okay, let's reduce it 500, and maybe we need to also make this larger, or even X large. And then down below we are going to display total pending tasks. This is going to be one number, and we're going to have second number, which is going to be my tasks. Let's do like this. I'm going to do my pending tasks / total pending tasks. But we're going to accept these 2 variables inside props, my pending tasks and total pending tasks. Okay, let's open developer tools just in case we have some errors. And we see those numbers. Great. Let's actually increase font size even more. Let's give this text center. No, I don't like text center. But let me create 2 span elements for each number. Span. Let's give it margin right 2. Then we have this slash and another span, just like this. Let's give this also margin right 2, margin left 2. And I think we're going to increase its size as well. Text large. Margin top 4 as well. It should be text extra large maybe. Okay, not bad. Okay, we have this one card, and we need to duplicate this a few more times. Let's duplicate this. We're going to have in progress tasks, which needs to have different color. What did I do? Should be here, like this. In progress tasks, and we are going to have completed tasks. Green, completed tasks. Okay, this is great. Now let's give the proper numbers. From here, I'm going to just duplicate these 2 times. We had pending tasks. This is going to be in progress. Here we need in progress as well. And then we're going to have completed. Let's change the variable names as well. Total progress tasks and my progress tasks. Total completed tasks and my completed tasks. We're going to pass all that. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to pass all that into the view. Oops. Like this. So we passed all of them. We need to accept them into dashboard. Like this. We have 4 variables and we're going to output those 4 variables, 1 here, 2nd here, 3rd here, and 4th here. Now let's see. Okay, so first I'm outputting total and then my progress, and I need to do this vice versa. My progress tasks and total progress tasks, my completed tasks and total completed tasks. And as you see, those numbers are actually correct. I only have one, this is called incorrectly. I only have one completed task, nothing else. I don't have anything else. So if I go into all tasks, open one pending task, for example, or maybe edit that pending task, assign its user into Zura 2 and click on submit. Then I go into dashboard. We're going to see that I have one pending task here as well. And I also want to display the latest pending tasks, or latest pending or in progress tasks, which I need to simply take care of. So let's collapse these divs. I can just copy one and put this outside of this element. Oops, not like this. I need this. Let me copy this part, paste here. So I need this max with 7XL. This is the kind of container, but I want to remove this grid and grid calls 3 because that was only for the these 3 cards. And inside there I need this background white type of element and closing div. So I'm going to put my content right here. Okay. What do we have? So we have another div inside there. So let's put this div here. And inside there, I'm going to have h3. Maybe I can copy some styles from this h3, but I only need probably this part. As for the text color, I'm going to provide it text gray, maybe 200. This is going to be my active tasks. And we need to give it margin top 4. My active tasks, let's reduce the font size a little bit, and I am going to display a normal, regular table right here. Maybe not even a table, but I only need like the task name and the deadline and nothing else maybe. So let's just put a table anyway. T-head, TR, TH. So we're going to have ID, name, due date, and maybe that's it. Maybe the project name as well. Then we have this tbody, and we need to iterate over these pending tasks. So first of all, we need to select those active tasks right now. So active tasks, we're going to use task query. Where we are in, we're going to use we are in. The status needs to be either pending or in progress. We are going to limit this on 10, and we're going to call get on this. Let's move this down, make this more readable. So these are active tasks, and we need to pass these active tasks. But first, we need to process them through task resource collection. We're going to pass active tasks, then we can pass active tasks to the view. So we accept those active tasks right here. Active tasks, okay. Then we are going to iterate. So active tasks map, or I think we need active tasks dot data dot map. We're going to have task, and we're going to return tr with several td. We need project ID. Sorry, that should be task ID. We need task.project.name, and we need task name and task.due date. Maybe we can display the status as well. Status, whether it is pending or in progress. Okay, let's add key right here, task ID, and let's go into tasks table, and I'm going to copy some of the classes. Like on TD, we need this padding and margin, horizontal and vertical padding. Then on T head, we need the following classes. On table, we need the following classes. And we need some classes on TH as well. So let's see. The dashboard is broken. We don't see anything. Now here it is working, and we see my active tasks. Project name, task name, the status, due date. This is good. The only thing is that we are going to contextually display the status. Now, probably we don't even need the project name. I don't know. But from the tasks table, let me get this span and put this here. Just make sure that these two constants are imported from the constants. So here they are imported. And now we see them nicely on the home page. These should be my active tasks, but actually we don't filter them. We need also to provide where assigned user ID. So that part is important because we are selecting only my tasks. So there's only one my pending task at the moment, and this is correct. And let's create link from the dashboard into project. I'm going to use this link. We're going to pass project.show task project.id. Was the link imported? Yes, that was imported. Now, whenever I click on this project, it's going to open the project details page, which is good. We are going to give it, I'm going to give it also text white, font bold, and on hover, text on hover, it should be simply underline. Maybe this font bold is not necessary. And we're going to do something similar for the task name. Display this link. That's going to be task show, and we need this text white and underline. We're going to pass the task ID here. This opens a specific task page. This opens the project page. And whenever we open the specific task page, I think we need to put this edit button right here as well. So let's just open project/show. And where's that edit button? I think we don't have this edit button, but we should have for the project. No worries. Let's go into project/index, and we have this link. So I'm going to copy this link. Let's go this into a project. This is project show. I'm going to put this here. We need both in a div. Flex items center justify between, and this is going to be project edit project ID. This is going to be project view. We have some error. A link is not defined. Let's import this Inertia's link. And when we click on edit, it's going to go into edit area. And in the same way, let's open task show. And let's just copy this div. And the link. That link should go into task edit, passing the task ID. And we probably need to import this link, or it is already imported. Let's go on the dashboard and click on this task. And this is the task details page, and we have this possibility to click on edit and go to task editing page and change its status from pending into something else, or changes priority. And I think this is looking good. In the Go dashboard, I'm going to do just a margin top 3 on the table, which creates this distance between the title and the project. And this is good. That's it for this video, my friends. And if you watched this till the end, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something out of it. If you're here and still listening to me, maybe if you are not yet subscribed, hit the subscribe button and like the video as well. Also, let me know in the comment section what you like around the video, what you didn't like. Maybe I missed something. Please let me know in the comment section down below. Thanks a lot for your time. I appreciate it and see you in the next video.